So in this video I'm going to put a compilation together of how we got to here. So starting with a pig's ear, so to speak, and ending up with a nice silk purse. I'll put it into chapters as well, all the various stages we went through, from the strip down, compression tests, trying to run it when I first got it, the whole thing up to now where she's all like lovely and ready to go to another home. So I hope you enjoy it. So here's our little barn find here. I've just come around to grab some bits. Exhaust manifold rotten to buggery. But we'll try and get this out in a little while and drag it back to the workshop. So here's our basket case barn find. I've got all the other bits, or hopefully got all the other bits out there in boxes, but I'll have to have a rummage through, see what we've got. First thing I'm going to do is just going to give this a clean. It's all full of dust and crap, chicken poo, you name it. So I'll give this a clean with a vacuum cleaner and a brush for a minute. I'm going to see if it winds over, see what it's like. I did give it a little crank with a starting handle and it doesn't seem to have any compression, so one of the valves was stuck there and I gave it a little tap and that's okay now, but I should imagine the valves probably need either refacing or regrinding, because obviously these old engines used to run with leaded petrol and now we've got unleaded, and I doubt if anyone's ever done any, like put inserts in the valve seats, which we wouldn't bother doing anyway really, because it don't get used enough, would it? Unless it's going back out to work, but I doubt it. So anyway, I'll get a vacuum cleaner and a brush and brush all this loose crap off here so it don't go down into the block. I will be taking this engine off and having a proper look at it at some stage, but I would really like just to see if we could get it to run today. That'd be cool. Just cobble something together just to get it to make a tune, be nice. So I'll get on with this. Let's see what to do. So I think I've sussed out why it's got no compression.
No, yeah. You stuck?
No, so there's no valve clearances.
Yeah.
So it's just holding the valves open.
Mm-hmm.
So I should adjust those bad boys. So I've done number 1, just done number 4. Now I don't want to teach anyone how to suck eggs, but if you don't know, the exhaust is 12 thou and it just wants to be a nice slip fit. Yeah. Inlet 10 thou. Next one will be, so it's the firing order is 1, 3, 4, 2. So I think I've already done number 3 as well. So last one is number 2. So we'll get that boot there. Right. And again, the exhauster's got a bit of play, but the inlet is totally tight, so that's open a little bit. What do I do with my spanner? There it is. Which is no good. So we'll crack them. Exhaust is that one, so it's 12. At the moment I can't even get the bloody thing in there, can't even get the 10 in there. Hopefully this is why it had no compression. There we go. So I've got a little bit of white paint. It's just a touch-up stick from one of my vans, funny enough. Smells lovely. Right, and I'm just going to try and get in there. Put myself a mark. I'll move the distributor around. So I'll just flip this little thing round a little bit. So as that number 3 becomes number 1. Oh, sorry, yeah, 1. Number 1. So, well, that one there, the next closest one to be fair. So if I turn this turn this counterclockwise. That should get me close to where I want to be. Said I had no resistance at all, so hopefully, fingers crossed, it was just those valves. So every cylinder they were wrong. So the guy had started spending a little bit of money on it, so it must have run at some stage. He's got new. And then number 4 should be that little bugger there. And that should be number 2. Right. That feels a bit better. Still not great, but I'll give it a crack, I suppose. Let's chuck some of this up this chuff. Well, I got it off, so I might as well pull it apart and have a look inside and see what horrors await. Seems to be clear, but that seems to be blocked in there, totally blocked. You've got to get that out. Right, that's all them nipped up. I'll nick that nut from the other tube over there. And we'll go back over to the tractor. So my brother just lent me a compression tester and a leak tester, but I'll just do the compression test quickly. We'll start from 1. See what we get. Nothing. 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 Got something on that one. We've got compression on this one, and that's it. So that must have been the one that was firing. As for these, absolutely nothing, not even a deflection on the needle. That's not very good, is it? See if it comes off, honey. go. Bores don't look too bad. Don't look too bad at all, but I think it's the valve seats look all like a gap, but I'll test that in a minute with some fluid. There you go, head off. Wash. So I'll just chuck the plugs back in, and I think I'm gonna just put a little bit of petrol in each one and watch it disappear and come out the holes. There you go. Absolutely weeing out the ports, I should imagine. Yep. So there's our problem. Valve seats. So I'll rip all those out. I'll give this a very good clean up. Apart from number 4, which is holding, which is the one that had compression. It had about 120 psi, but still not that great, I don't think. Not really sure what they're supposed to be, but anyway. At least I know what it is now. Next thing, get the valves out. So I've got my little valve extractor. Obviously works if you put it in the right way, doesn't it? Same story. I think what I'll do is I shall give these a clean up with a wire brush and then see how bad they are. I might even resurface them in the lathe if they're bad. I've got one that's been an A-hole. I'll go and find something to punch that out with, but a bit more solid than my little screwdriver. I can't damage. So I don't know if you can see how bad these were. Let that focus. So there you go, that's how bad they are. Really, really pitted. Must have been out for quite a while, I should imagine. Must have been running like a bag of nails if it was running. Definitely going to need to recut those valve seats then. You see how badly pitted that is. Looks a bit better. Bit another. I might give them a grind as well, I don't know. See if I can set up a grinder and give them just a final touch up, but it's got rid of all the pits. So I know this is not the most accurate way of doing this, but I've done it before and it seems to work. It gets to, so I've taken all the pits out of the valves. Now I'm just going to use this little Dremel grinder thing. And actually gets quite a good surface on it. Then I'm going to skim off the rust off the face now, so I can get my valve lapping tool on it, otherwise it will just keep falling off. And this one's done. go, got all the bread pits out of it. Saved another $13. So there with it so far. Our valves, so all nice and refaced on the front and more importantly refaced on the there. So now I've just got to wait for my my kit to come for recutting these. So I've just cobbled myself together a little fly cutter. I cannibalised one of the tool post carriers from my lathe. I had a couple spare, and that's the boring bar from the lathe. There was an old tool that I've cannibalised with a Morse taper, and many TIG welding around here. Hopefully it doesn't fly off and murder me to death, but I thought I'd just skim the head a little bit. It's a bit grotty in between these two cylinders and between there. So I'm just going to take a little bit off and see if it works. Hopefully it does, but we'll soon see, won't we? That's the first pass, but the tip was blunt, so I've just changed the tip round. Hopefully it'll be a bit nicer on the way back. Pretty hard to get one-handed, but I hope we have automated feed. So it does seem to be cutting much nicer with that nice new tip on it. I'll come back when it's nearly done. Whatever it is, on its final pass, I think that'll do. Not worried about that because that's a hole in the gasket anyway there for waterways. Everything else is lovely. The old shitty milling machine surprised me there. It was a bit wibble wobble, but it's done it. And the tool worked, didn't it? Lovely. So a little update on the cylinder head. I'm still waiting for my seat cutters, but while I was waiting, I thought, sod it, I'll skim it because it was a bit nasty looking. So I've fabricated myself up a little fly cutter. I just cannibalised a tool post holder from a lathe and the boring bar, and another old milling head that was I never used, and TIG welded it all together. And then yeah, I've just done 2 passes on that, and I think I'm going to leave it at that because it's nice and flat and lovely. I've just got to deburr it and then she's good. And all it will need is the valve seats cut. Yeah, and that's done. So after a successful mission yesterday with me head and skimming, I thought I'd move this out of the way a bit because you never know what's going to happen. Another tractor might turn up like this, so I put it, you know, if I accidentally bought another one. But for now, this one's going to live here. I'm going to chop it all up, put my stands underneath that I've made, and start whipping this engine off. Well, whip all the wheels and tyres off first, get it up on blocks, and then start removing that. Start by yanking these back wheels off. Right. See if the other side's any easier. And looking a little bit better, isn't it? A bit more stripped off. I've made a big block out of some old piles I had, nice and sturdy so it won't fall over, because that'd be a tragedy, wouldn't it, if it fell over. We don't want that. So now, wheels are off. It's got covers on the brake drums, that's flash, ain't it? Brakes actually work on this, which is unusual because I used to put the wheel nuts under. Yeah. A bit seized up, but at least they work, which means the seals might be good, although it looks a bit wet. Anywho, I want to get off this front end now, so I want to get all this off. All this off. I doubt if that pin will come out because it didn't come out on the other one. It was an absolute bust. So I've got a new pin which I could put in here because that looks a bit wibbly wobbly. But I'll start with all the steering arms. Then these front linky things. Just going to push it around it like that. That's smart. Come off like that. Well, that little blow lamp worked, and that was just enough heat to get this blasted off. I'm going to have to make up a punch to get out that front pivot, but I'll do that another day, I think. So there's a forklift in place, and I've got a little bit of tension on my strop, not enough to lift the whole tractor up. Just enough to, yeah. So when I undo these bolts, it's not just going to fall on the floor. I've also got it side loaded a little tiny bit, so it will kind of come off that way. Sorry, back loaded a little bit, so it'll just pop out. Again, if you haven't got a forklift, which not everybody has, little engine crane you can hire just as well. Right, I'll get some tools. So I think I've got it on the run now. I'll just give it a wiggle and hopefully it should come through like that. So next job, pull the pressure plate off. And you may notice I always use power tools because it's easier and quick. People probably think it's lazy, but if you had your own workshop and you were doing this for a living, I guarantee you'd be using power tools all the time. And actually that clutch plate has got a huge amount of meat on it. It's like, it looks relatively new. What you can do, if it's like this is all impregnated with oil and stuff, what I've done before is put it on the barbecue, because I'm not allowed to do it indoors, I'll get told off. We chuck it in a barbecue in an old frying pan, fill it with water and washing powder, then boil it up, and it comes up like new. And then just do it a few times until it's like back to the normal colour. But yeah, that's what I've done before. Next thing, we're going to get off this big ass thing. What's that bearing right there? That bearing is C solid, so we need a new spigot bearing as well. Alright, lock tabs are out of the way now, and just wrap that there. Pretty stuck on there. I might get a soft hammer and give it a few wallops. And there it was. Oof. Let's get my engine stand. So I've just cut some 10mm stud just to attach this to the stand. And I've got some little bits of box section I've cut just to use as spaces. Right, so I've got it on the stand now, and All these bolts are tight, I think, apart from that one. I'll give it a bit more than that one. That's got to do. Right. Next thing is to start taking off bits and bobs, so oil filter housing can come off and I think they get so far, then they get stuck, but so be it. Ideally, I want to go back in the same hole, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. So we'll just. I'll just let that drain a little bit into there. Always drain. So I should flick that over all the way in a minute once it's drained. Before I take the sump off, I'm going to take this sieve out here. So this is a little sieve that goes just before the oil pickup. I'm going to put them in there, don't I? Let's get rid of those. Here we go, that's out. Looks pretty clean, so maybe someone has been here and cleaned. Maybe. Some of these might need a bit more of a bit of levering off with a ratchet rather than this. I've soaked them for a little while, but probably the best thing is a bit of a nuke with a torch just to loosen them. This will also draw the penetrating oil into the thread a bit more. I've already got one out. So none of this is rocket science, it's just real basic stuff. There we go, look at that. One more to go. I also took out the two studs from the sieve as well because they were sort of in the way. I wonder if that heat's got that there. No. Right. And that is not going to come off. I'll get those bolts out in a minute, but that's off. There we go. I'm going to go and stick this straight, I'll stick it in my tray down here. Let it drain a little bit before I put it in my... So I've just had this outside and give it a good degrease and give it a major blast with the water blaster. Cleaned out all the water jackets, they were a bit scummy. But now it's clean, it's actually looking like a really good engine. Sorry about the rain and everything, but my little bit of tooling has turned up for the to cut the valve seats. It's not the best, it's from China. I've had to make a sleeve up for it as well because it's for a motorbike, so it had tiny little valve stems on it. So I've sleeved it, made a sleeve up in a lathe, which is now a nice fit into there. Valve guides, and basically all you do is a bit of pressure and push down, turn it, that cuts the seat, and then I've got another one which is a diamond cutter, and then that just finishes it off, and then obviously you just got to go over with the lap them in with grinding paste, and then she should be done. I've already done it, I got a bit carried away and forgot, but that's a little tool anyway, so cheap as chips it was, that's probably why it's a bit manky. Doesn't even sit straight on there, it's a bit pissed, but it has done the job. well, I'll soon see when I grind the valves in, I suppose, but when I lap them in. But it has cut the seat, so I'll just zoom in on it for you so you can see proper. So from what they were, it's pretty nice now. Tip that up like that a little bit. So there you go. Not too bad at all. So now I can stick the valves back in. So I've skimmed it the other day. Just got to take the sharp edges off of it still, but at least it's nearly done. And I can rebuild that head now. I'll take it over to my workbench and I shall grind the valves in and see what it comes out like. And then I can chuck some petrol in there and just see if it holds or see if it pisses out through the inlet and exhaust ports again like it did originally. But hopefully, fingers crossed, she'll be good in the hood. We hope. I've got a couple of different grinding pastes there. I've got a coarse and a fine, and I've got another one which is, I don't know what it is, water soluble. Doesn't say whether it's coarse or fine. I'll start off with a bit of a coarse one. This my dad showed me how to do it years ago. Isn't it? Don't really want to get any on the stems, do you? Hopefully. Might have to go and get another light because it's pretty bad. Even though my light's good, it's not as great. And I've already got a line all the way around there, which is nice. So looks like it might be working, but I shall go and get another light. Get in there. Play long job. Yeah, it feels right nice, that does. Before I put this together, I will. Even sounds nice. Yeah, I might stick it in the parts washer again just to get any remaining grinding paste out of it. Anyway, so I'm just chucking in the sparkulators, and then I shall turn it upside down again and chuck some petrol in there. I've had some WD-40 in the first ones I did, and it stayed in there, which is good. So that's with no valve spring, so I'm picking that we're on a winner-winner chicken dinner. That's still got the WD in there, they're all down. Stick a little bit of fuel in them. Get my little torch and have a loop down the holes. So they are all bone dry. So that's bloody good considering I've got no springs on them and they're just sitting in there. So I's well happy with that. Tomorrow I'll give this a clean up and I'll probably assemble it, put the valve springs in and the collets on, and then that head's just done waiting to be painted, I suppose, and put back together. But that's a success, thank you very much, isn't it? Right, I think I've got all my ducks in a row to whack this cylinder head back together, or just at least get the valve springs and everything back on. I've had them in my parts washer and give them a bloody good clean. Bench is getting a bit busy, isn't it? But anyway, that don't matter. So, where's my screwdriver? So I found the easiest way to do these is use a little bit of grease to hold the collets, otherwise they tend to fly everywhere. So I normally put a little bit of grease in that little slot there. It's like glue, isn't it? See? Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Whack that on there. That bit on there like that. Little squeeze. And then stick them in there like that. And that's that one done. And then what I'll do, just a double bubble check, just sit at home like that. That's our first one. Why's that spring not sitting straight? It's better. Right, one down, 7 to go. Again, a fiddly as folk job. Screwdriver. See if that's in. Not quite got that one, but nearly there. That feels better. Why don't that little bugger want to go in there? That's better. Two down. So I'll get the rest of these done and show you when it's finished, innit? That, as they say, is that. They're all in. And lovely. So that's head. Pretty much as far as I want to go with it for now. I don't want to put the rocker shaft on or any of the studs in yet. But I might put it through the parts washer again just to get rid of any other crap on it. Just to make sure it's hunky-doky. But that's that done. Next will be a timing chain, I suppose. I'll go and find that in my box of bits and bobs, and we'll pull off the sprockets and make sure we get it all timed up right again, and whack a new chain on it. So I should go. So today, being the weekend, my time to play, I'm going to be whipping this apart, having a look inside, see what's buggered and what's not buggered. Take the big end caps and the main bearing caps off, check the bearings to make sure they've still got a lot of white metal in there and they don't need replacing. Probably pull pistons out see what the rings are like. They do look, the boards do look very good. I don't know if I'll give them a hone or not because they've still got the cross hatch on them. Pull off the other covers, but yeah, just give it a good coat of looking at and see how much it's going to cost me to fix it and get this tractor back going again. So first things first, I've had a cup of tea. I'm all rubbered up so I can't get pregnant. I'm going to pull off the front pulley first. That's got a little tab washer on it. So I just need an hammer, little hammer. And let's see it. Putting them tabs out of the way. That's that. Using my humongous socket. Oh, she's solid. That is. Hopefully I'm going to be able to get this bugger out. I might see if I can lock up the back of the crankshaft. I'll make a bar up and bolt it on, I think. Because that don't want to move. Done it. Just needed a new battery on my rattle gun. My big heavy duty, big red. It's a cheap Chinese battery, 18 volt, 54 volts. But it goes on a DeWalt and it was cheaper than the originals and gruntier, but that has done it. And that's that little bugger off. I thought I was going to have to get physical with it, but we didn't, which is nice. Next thing is will the pulley come off. It looks a bit rusty in there, so I might give it a bit of a squirt and let it soak for a little while. But hopefully it'll come out. Even that washer's stuck on there. That's it. If all else fails, set light to it, isn't it? I don't care about the seal because I'm putting a new one anyway, so I'll get it nice and hot. And hopefully that'll be just enough to release it. Let's try that. Got it on the run. It's quite hot. And that's that off. That's a relief. It was very rusty. I was going to go and find myself an oil drip tray because this is going to probably pee out a bit of oil and all, isn't it? Go and find one of those. Got one. I fix a lot of ovens and stuff with my business outside of this and take a lot of old ones away and always look in there because they always leave baking trays in there. Bloody handy for catching oil. No. Yeah. See if we can get this to move. Well, that's on the run as well, so let's just prise it all the way around. And there she is, out of the way. Double. And that seal looks absolutely poked. I'd say that timing change, add it as well, look at that. That's alright, we've got one of those. Let's see what the teeth look like. They actually look quite good. The sprockets look good, they're not real pointy. So they should go again. Now I've got dirty hands. Next thing, I'll flick it upside down. So we'll turn it upside down and pull a cap off. So I'll start with the rear main, because I want to put a new seal in there anyway. But it does look like it's had one, but having another new one's not going to hurt it, is it? Hopefully. Do a little tap to loosen it. It's just sticking on those seals. There's a couple of seals that go on the sides, which makes it nice and tight. And that actually looks really, really good. So there's our shell, and it's still got loads of white metal, no brass showing through, so I'd say that's good so far anyway. I'll pull off a couple of big end caps and see what they're like as well. Sitting flush at the bottom. I could trim it off at the top afterwards, I'm not worried about that. Now I'll go and find my rear oil seal. So I just dug through my bits and I found the oil seal. So everything I get, there seems to be the go-to for me is Spirix. So anyway, there's their new seal, which is a little bit of a different story to the old one. Now I want to put the join to the top of the engine for obvious reasons, because if it's going to leak anywhere, it'll be there. So we'll get that to the top of the engine and make sure it goes in round the right way, so it actually does seal. So the wiper seal, as you can see there, that's the oil side. So it wants to go in this side facing outwards towards the clutch flywheel, and that'll stop any oil coming out, hopefully anyway. So we'll get some lube. I'll go and get some lube. So that's what I've been using. I mean, you can buy proper stuff, but that'll do. So I'm just going to pop a bit of that down there. So when it initially starts, it's not running dry. When it starts, of course it's going to start, isn't it? And it's going to help it slip in and on, isn't it? Going to get a nice new seal in there. I'll just check where it sits, and it looks all nice and good in the hood. So I shall find my seal kit, and I'll replace these as well on the side of here. There's two seals there down the side, so I'll replace those. They don't look like they're doing nothing anymore either. So I'll go and find my box of bits and bobs. Again, there's the old felt inserts that went down the side, and they are crispy as. And this is what the gasket set comes with, a nice new bit. You do have to cut it to length, but it's not a problem. So I'm going to make it a little bit longer so I can cut it so it will squish in like that. Now I'm going to whack a bit of that lube on these bearing surfaces here, like that. I'm going to try and wedge this back in again. As I say, these felts are very squishy. Sort of started. I'll give it a little bit of persuasion with an adjuster. Before I get too far, I'm just going to put the bolts back in. That's going to help guide it down. It's nearly, well, it's not all the way home, but it's close. And what I'll do is I'll get the torque settings for that, torque them up, and then I can just trim off that felt on the top there. So I should go and Google it because I can't remember. I might have written it down on my board. I'll have a look. So according to Mr. Google, who knows everything about engines, it's 80 to 85 pounds per square inch. Pounds per foot, sorry. Pound foot. Band. So I've set my torquing wrench and we'll just whiz these little fellows up. And that, as they say, is that, don't you know? So I'm going to take a gamble, I think, and say that the centre cap and the end cap are going to be in the same condition. I'm not worried about these seals this end because there's a gasket on there and I haven't disturbed it and it's not leaking. And I'm going to put a new gasket on the outside, so we'll leave that alone, but we will take off the big ends. This is that first bearing cap. There's the bolts, and then you've just got to give it a little tweak to get it out. And again, that is looking ruddy marvellous. You know, that looks really good. Another one. So what I'll do is just double check that's got the marks on it. As it has. Is that mark number 1? So the last one I took apart had marks on it saying number 1, number 2, number 3, etc, etc. I can't see any on that. Don't matter though, because I'm only going to do them one at a time. And now I'm going to very gently pop that piston out. Get it out of there. I should get a bit of wood and just give it a gentle tap. And hopefully it'll pop out. Here's a bit of wood. Just the right size and all. Or actually, I'm wondering if I actually broke that just now because there's a bit of a lip at the top of the bore. But I'd say a set of rings wouldn't go amiss. So I'm going to see if I can find a set of rings on the Sparix website and grab them, I think. I'll get these studs out and have a proper look at these bores now. They don't look too bad at all. So it is going to be very, very nice to hone them. So I'll pull the studs out. And I've got a nice little set of stud extractors here. It'll be that one. What I'm going to do is find the rest sheet. Where's the rest sheet? Probably hiding in plain sight. I don't know. But I'll find that and I'll start taking these studs out. Where the heel is it? There's one, there it is. Knew it was right on one side. Right there. Right. So I should pull these fellas out. I've got brand new studs as well, so. Oh, there's bit tight. The last but by no means least, and it's an easy one, look at that. Nice. Beautiful. So on the hull I've got to put a set of big end bearings in it, which is nothing, and a set of rings. So I'd call that a bit of a win on this engine, so I should clean the top of the block up a bit, and then give it a clean off with a rotary wire brush. Get ready for my new bits when they turn up, but they're not. So I've just ordered a set of rings for this and a set of shells standard. Annoyingly, you can only get 5 rings. There's only got 4 on these pistons, but the new pistons that they sell have got 5 rings, 3 compression and 2 oil scrapers. They are the same size, 2mm, 4 point something and 3 point something for the oil scrapers. So I'm assuming I'll just have a spare one, so if I snap one, I'll have 4 spares. So that's all good. So at least hopefully next week they'll come and I can put this back together. I will do the timing chain today, so I'm just going to get rid of this bob weight bits off of here. Which is our governor, isn't it? You know what I mean? Try to keep it all intactified, like that. And again, I shall whack that through the parts washer and all, I think. A bit doily, isn't it? Now, the smart thing to do would be time this up and put some paint marks on it, I think. Hopefully this is going to come off. I need to pull off of that. Let me find the timing marks. Should be a dot here and there. So I'll see if I can find those and get it lined up. So here's our timing marks. A line there and a line there. So as long as we keep them in line when we put it back in, we should be good in the hood. I'll pull these bolts out this one. Like that. I'll have to leave that off or something. Like that. So now we can get rid of that. Take it around the right way. And I shall go and find my nice shiny new chain. So here's our new chain. Where are we? Over here. There's our new chain. Let's pop the old one off. We'll see how this new one looks in comparison to this one, I suppose. This has got a split link on it. I don't know why, but it has. And rule of thumb, normally your split link, you face the way of rotation, so that link there would go clockwise. So if it was to touch anything, it won't fall off, it'll stay on there, if you know what I mean. So I should make sure I get that right. Like that. Let's give this a little bit of a clean up in here. Now all we've got to do is make sure we've got that mark there. Off of that onto there. And that still looks proper. And you can see that. No wiggle. The other one was slopping so badly. Any more, I guess it would have smashed the case. So, a good job to put one of them on here. Just double check that's right. Yep. We'll stick our retaining bolts back in. Do, and then we'll just bend over those tabs again. I'll probably use the other side of the tabs now. Oh no, it's going to be that one, but that's in line. And that one there. And that's that done. Next thing I'm going to do, clean off the old gasket, and I guess that cover could go back on once it's clean. Be another job jobbed. So let's scrape all this crap off. That's the oil seal. That can go down there. So I'll give the cover a bit of a clean up. So here's a nice new seal for the front cover. Again, Spigot. Now I've got it over on the bench over there, so I'm going to go and pop it in over there because it's easier than doing it on this bench because I've got it full of crap, isn't it? So there's a nice new seal all popped in. As I said before, I'm going to put this in a parts washer before I put any more on, along with the counter, the bob weights for the governor. But I've got to go and get some more. I've got to go and get some more solvent for my parts washer because it's low. So here is our gasket set. Again, Spigot head gasket. Well, it's a full engine gasket set. Sump, everything, the whole shebang. So in here somewhere should be timing cover gasket. So I'll put some jointing paste on it. I think I've got some in the. I should have some in my box there somewhere. Goes on like that. So I'll find that and we'll chuck a little bit on there just to make a better seal. Now, have I got any open? I have, but it's gone off. Trouble is with this stuff, it bloody goes off in the nozzle because the lids fell off. But if you just rip it, rather than throwing it away, I'll just do that. And that way I can just dab a little bit round. Right. Now put them on. I've already cleaned up all the bolts as well, so they're all nice and shiny briny as well now. And I'll just put a little bit around here as well, I think. Bobs. I had to start them out black and everything, but yeah, I'll try and do it exactly how they did it. Try and stay true to form, so to speak. Yeah. Make sure that's in the right place, and then just give me a little donk on, and that's that. So we'll just get the gaskets out of the way. I'll lose the rest of those, and I'll stick my bolts in. Some of these are nuts on the back, and some were just bolts. So there's quite a few different ones with different length threads on. So the coarse thread would go into the block, so that would go in there more than likely, because it goes through the back plate and into the block, and all of the block threads are UNC, and some of them are short as well, so there's some short buggers and some long buggers. Just got to remember which way they go. That's that one, and that's that one. There's nuts on. I'll get all these in and we'll come back and I'm tying them up, innit? So that's the timing cover back on. That's going to stick on the front pulley. Now I'm just going to put a bit of lube just where the oil seal is going to run. And a little bit inside there where it was a bit rusty before, it was hard to get off. So just key right on there. What's that? That is there. Now I might just go and give this bolt a bit of a clean up with a rotary wire brush before it goes back on, because it don't look very pearly. So I'll do that quickly, then that can go back on. I don't know what the torque setting of this is, but I should imagine it needs to be FT. So I'll just rattle it up same way we got it off. Make sure there. Make sure that tab washer locates in the keyway, like there. Is it there? Right there. Find my larger socket, which is just here. So that'll do. And then I'll use one of the tabs that was not used, so it's not a new tab washer, the old one is a bit buggered, so I'll bend one of the other ones over instead. Whichever one I can get to. Where's a string unit? Right, that over there. Like that. And that's that bit back on. Nice. Well, so there you go. I just found that plate, and that's must have been what the guy fabricated it for. And the same box the plate was in was two short bolts. So they're now in there. That's blanked off, and I've got the water pump from the other one that will go on that head just there. Mystery solved, isn't it? So the other day when I was playing with this and I turned the engine up the other way, I could see down the bores a little bit better, and the side I was looking at looked really nice, but the other side, even after I've honed it, has got a bit of a nasty mark in them, and it's on each one, and it must have been like a standstill mark from where it's been standing for like God knows how long, and it's like just rust has built up around there. So I thought, bugger it, and I looked on Sparex website and I found liners, and I thought they was going to be ridiculously priced, but actually it was really cheap. I think $78 plus GST each, for nice new liners. So I've already got new rings which I was going to put in, so I might as well go the whole hog and get nice shiny new liners. So there they are. They come pretty well packaged as well. So I've got 4 of those, and because I've got new liners I thought I'd better make myself a tool to get it out. So I've done one, I did it yesterday, got a bit excited, and yeah, just to try out my tool. So basically it's just a lump of old crap steel I'd lying about, put it in a 4-jaw chuck and machined it down, and now I've got a puller, bit of 12mm stud and another bit of plate, and I can pull the liners out. So as I said, I've tried the tool and it works really, really well. I thought it was going to be a bit of a bugger to pull out, but they came out an absolute piece of wee-wee. Basically that goes down inside there, hooks onto the bottom of the liner. I've got a big bit of plate, and then I've got a big old, where is it? There it is. The old lump of steel that I had from when I used to make motorised wheelbarrows. And I used to put the hubs in there and machine them up. But now that is the perfect size, funny enough, to go over the top of the on the cylinder block to pull the liner out from. That bit goes on top there like that, and then Bob's your uncle, isn't it? Also, while I think of it, I also bought some more bits. So I got a new spigot bearing, which the other one on there is C solid. So I've got one of them. I've got a new thrust release bearing as well, because that one's grotty as. And set of big end shells. And while I'm in here this time, I'm going to put a new oil seal in the snout of the gearbox, because it looks like it's been leaking. I've got to get that up on the forklift, take it outside, degrease it, water blast it, then I can pull it apart. But today, pretty much just going to be pulling out the rest of these liners to get that outside, give that a bloody good clean, and then pop in the new liners, see how we go with that. So I've never done it before, but how hard can it be? I don't know. Soon find out, won't I? I'm just going to wrap some rags around these journals, just so they don't get all crap down them, just to cover up the oil way. We'll get number 2 out. Get my gizmo. Slurp a tea first, I think. You need about 3 hands to do this, so I think. Now, is it easier to go through there like that? Like that. Yes it is, that's in. If I turn that round now, that might hold that down. Oh, it does too. So I've pushed the crank against the bottom of my gizmo. That's going to hold everything in place on the bottom. And I can turn my engine wibbler around like that, and it stays in place. Fantabulous. On top like that. These lumps of plate, I bought a piece of kit over there. It's like a swaging tool, and this I think was extensions for the feet. I've got 4 of them, and I've been using them for all sorts of stuff. They're nice and grunty, so not going really like that. I'm surprised how little force it needs to get these out as well. They just pretty much fall out. I thought it was going to be a real prick of a job, but it's actually quite easy. loose as a goose now, so I can get rid of this bit. With that. Get rid of that bit. And then get rid of this bit. I just need a little bit more, I reckon. I might need a little bit more. I'll give it a bit more of a pull. But I think I ran out of thread on me, or length in my socket. But it certainly does make life easy. My brother said when he used to do this when he was an apprentice back in the UK, worked for Wiggins, and they used to service a lot of little Lister diesels and stuff, and they was all wet liners or had liners. So they used to go out to a site and they'd change liners on site to get machines going, and they used to just drive them out with a, like just smack them out sort of thing. What size is that? That is that 19, I think. I've done and found it. I might have to modify my thingy. I put a square on top of it to hold it because it's trying to spin, but that's all good. I might be able to weld the bolt to the bottom because I think I can get this in from underneath anyway because it's nice and thin. I do believe we're there. You see all the crap that just come out of there, so I'll just show you in a second on the floor all the rust and crap that's coming out. So this is definitely worth doing, I think. I know the tractor's never going to see hard service again, but it wouldn't do its cooling any good, would it, I suppose? That off. Get rid of that again. Oh, blimey. The crud on the side of there. Look at that. Anyway, I'll get the rest of these out, then I'll show you the shit on the floor afterwards, which is going to be quite a lot, isn't it? So this is number 3. This is the reason I decided to put new liners in. I didn't see that from the other side. Horrible, isn't it? So it's quite pitted inside there. The other side's alright, but there, which I didn't see. And now I have, so bugger it, we've got new ones, isn't it? The other good thing about this bit of tooling, it cost me about nothing, because I had the stuff laying about. Again, I'm lucky I've got a lathe. Not everybody has, but you make your own luck, don't you? I bought a lathe. That's how lucky I am. It's so much crud, so much crud, it's unbelievable. Get this last one out, and then we can go outside and give it a good blast off. And that is all those little fellas free, which is nice. Get rid of him malarkey. Thingo. And that's that. Now I'll show you the crap that came out on the floor. There's a little bit of it, and if I get down inside here, hopefully, I'll show you inside the board, so in the block. So, very grotty. So I'll scrape all that out, and then I'll give it a water blast and degrease and whatever. And then, once it's all shite and nice and clean and shiny, I can put in the new gaskets and see how the new liners fit. I think there is I'll have to Google, I think there's they have to be a certain height. I've got some big washers to kind of hold them in. But I should imagine when you pull the cylinder head down, it'll bed them into the washers anyway, because I think it's a aluminium washer, like a soft washer that it comes with. Anyway, we'll come to that in a minute. So I've just given that a bloody good clean inside. Got rid of all the rust and crap. Still got a couple of little bits to do on the base down there, just to get the couple bits off. I'll try the gaskets in, see if they fit. But yeah, just a couple of little bits of rust on there to get rid of. And then we can put our liners in, hopefully, properly. So I've got our gaskets here. I might measure them just to see how thick they are. I don't know if you can get different ones or not, but yeah, it might be worth measuring them, I suppose. I might just do a test fit with one of these. They're about 1 thou, those shims. That little fella goes in there like that. So that's nice and firm down on there. What I might do, I can feel it sticking up this little tiny bit, so that's probably good, because that gives it something to squish onto. Now how can we measure that? And I suppose you've got to get it even. Feels pretty good. I shall find a straight edge and some feeler gauges, I reckon. So doing it this way, I don't know if this is how you're supposed to do it, but this is how I'm going to try and do it. What we got? We've got 2.2 thou, 2 thou, 2.5 thou, and then 1.5. So that's 2 thou. That fits under there nice. And what's that one there? 0.25. That's 0.25. So I've got 2.25 thou, 2.5 thou, sorry. Ish, maybe 2 thou. Yeah, about 2 thou, so that's sticking up a little bit, which is good, I believe. So I reckon, pound or a pinch of shit, they should all be the same by the time I chuck them all in. So I'll say that's good in the hood. So I shall pull it out, I shall put some sealant on the bottom of them rings. And word on the street is this one here. I think I saw it on Bonnet Repair. Very, very clever bloke. So I got some of that. But we'll see how we go. I'll pull this liner back out. Let's get a nice larrapin of this knot on here. A bit more. Lovely colour, isn't it? And that was got that one. I'll stick him in like that. Right. We'll just do 2 at a time. Make it easier. I've got myself some big fat washers to chuck on there and some bolts just to hold them in place so they don't fall out. I also got new piston rings as well, so I'm going to clean the pistons up, put them in the parts washer, and then put those rings on. And hopefully today I can get this block back together pretty much, and then concentrate on the gearbox of the tractor, getting that clean and get new seals in the old bugger, innit? So I'll just get some more gear. I'm going to find some. Probably going to use some copper slip on the bottom and then liners just to stop them rust into the cylinder, to the block. So I'm going to find some copper slip as well. I can't find my copper slip, so I guess grease will have to do then, won't it? So I'll just put a little bit of grease on the bottom. Just a real thin smear I've put on there. Just a little bit, eh? Now, let's see if that'll go in again. And there she blows. 1. Why is it the one going down all the way? Let's put it back again. Or I'll just dump it down with a nice soft out. That's it. Very nice. Right, now get the next one ready. So next little fella. Last but by no means leasted, now I shall find me bolts and me big fat washers, and I should just pop them on there just to hold them in so they don't fall out. I don't think they will fall out. And I suppose it'll just get them down level a little bit. So I shall find me nuts, washers, bolts even. So I bought some bolts, 7/16 UNC. I can just keep using for these. I might have to put some big washers on there as well, because I could only get 16mm washers and I only really wanted, I think it's 12mm. But I'll see if I can find some more washers to put on there. The cylinder head ones should probably do it. I'll nick them and chuck them on. If we can find it, I guess they're on here somewhere. Everything's on here somewhere. Should we clean this blank bench up? It's my everything bench box thing. On there. I don't know how necessary this is. I don't think they're going to fall out, but better safe than sorry, I suppose, when I'm got it upside down, putting end caps on and bits and bobs. Well, I've got all them just pinched down a little bit, just to hold them in place. Now I shall get me pistons ready. I'm going to give them a very good clean and stick the rings on, and hopefully we don't break any of the buggers, but we'll see how we go, isn't it? So I'm just going to pull these old rings out. I've got one out and there was a bit of the old one stuck in here, but what I shall do is I'll go around that with a bit of broken ring and just clean it. Let's get the rest of these out first. Hopefully they'll come out in one bit. There's our bottom one. I've got a bit of a blast off, I think, with my airline. Where is it? Pretty clean actually, pretty clean one. I think I'll take the rest of them off first, shall I? It's probably not a bad idea. Be ringified. Yeah, let's get rid of them. Come in a nice little box, all wrapped up, and then look at that. Tells you where they go. I'm going to start with the bottom one, I think, see if that fits, see how lucky we are, because for some reason there's 5 and we haven't got 5. What I will do, I'll just try this in the bore quickly, make sure we haven't got a gap in it. Perfect, 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 right. Make sure it fits in the slot, yes it does. So first one in, and it fits. So I want the top oil ring, make sure it fits. Yes it does, and that's. Before I put all this actually on in the bore, I shall lube this up with a bit of me stuff. Now, number 3. Fits like a glove. Took off my glove with it, didn't it? I can't have that. That's him. And hopefully that'll be, well, let's try the top ring. Well, assuming they're the same anyway. Let's just measurify it, I think. $760. $755. $760. Right, we'll put that at the top. Just making sure that I've got that. I'll just turn that one round. I don't think it matters too much because they're brand new, but it's got top written on it. And it ain't, it's at the bottom, isn't it? One down, 3 to go. I'll come back when I've done them all. There we go, done and done. Lovely. Next thing I do, I shall get the bearing caps and whatever, and I shall get these old shells out, like that. I shall put my nice shiny new ones in, and then we can reassemble this bottom end, which would be nice, isn't it? So I've got the shells, these are the new shells, and again these are standard. Got my gloves on again because I don't want to get my fingers all over them because it's white metal, and apparently the acid in your fingers can get in there, so we'll be careful. So we'll have a little bit of our, oops, not that much, it's quite a lot, isn't it? Better do more with that, I think. Like that. It's our caps, and we'll just chuck these in. And they can only go in one way. You've got a little notch there. Make sure they're nice and home. But another one. that is all the caps done. Now I'll get the pistons out, do them one at a time. Then I'll get my piston ring compressor and one go. There's other pistons, one there, look, I'll do that one first, won't I? Number 4, a bit of that. So the shells that come out weren't terrible, but I thought one of them had a little bit of funny marks on it where it's been sitting, so I thought we might as well change them. And that is that. So next job is we'll get some lube in the bores and get my little piston ring compressor, and we'll get those in. I've just got a nice little bit of our lube on there, give it a nice old lube up, and on the shell. Then we'll get our little gadget. These are pretty cool, these things, you just wind it up. Make sure it goes on square. Don't go too tight, otherwise I won't be able to turn the piston. Maybe one more, 2 more. So that'll probably do me, that's nice and tight. There. And then the next thing is slip the little bugger in. But I'll do that in a second, I've just got to go and double check something, and then I'll come back. Right, so we're going to get this first one in. I've just whacked a load of my my oil down there, down this first bore. We'll see if this little fella's going to go in nice. So again, the slot goes towards the distributor side. Hopefully that fits in there. It does, look at that. We'll just get a tapometer. Where is my tapometer? That'll do. I'm just going to gently donk it in with a right. That's nearly in now. I'm going to just flip it up the other way, and I shall line up the conrod with the crank. Now, if I go this way. Like that. It's a bit turnied, that's alright though. We'll get there. That's him. You can't see, so I shall move the thing round. One way. There we go. Now, really important is to put the right cap on the right piston. That'll be it there. And it goes on one way, so these two little pegs go together. Let's go and get the bolts. What do I do with bolts over here? The retaining clips, I haven't put any new ones on. These, they only had one side, so I'll just use the other side on each one. And that save a bit of money. We'll get them in, and we'll just nip that one up before I start on the other, so don't stop around and damage the bearing. I just can do it very, very gently with rattle gun. What size is that? 9/16, isn't it? Just that one right there. I won't torque them up yet, I'll do that in a while, but just to get it so as it's not going to slop around. What I will do though, is we'll give it a revolution, see how... Does feel absolutely lovely. It does. Right. I suppose I better do the next one, ain't I? So I flick it over again, and it's exactly the same process. Oh yeah. Final piston. This is lucky last, so I might as well show you, mightn't I? That's it, and that thing is bloody brilliant. That's the best one I've found that I've used. Piston ring compressor, cheap as chips from Repco. It was odd, and it go on there like that. Turn it a bit more so as we can get that. Oh, moved everything, didn't I? Don't really want to be doing that. Right, bit of lube on there. Right there. Lucky last cap. And then we'll torque them up. I think it's 50 something pound per foot, something like that. Something like that, governor. Just get them started. Right, I've got my torque wrench set on 55 because it's 50 to 55 and we go 55. That is torqued, and always take the tension off the torque wrench, otherwise you'll bugger it before you put it away, like that. Right, next thing is I'll just bend them tabs over there. So I should find a tapper over. It should be these. I'll give him a tap with the hammer as well in a minute. Perfect. Right, that's that done. Next thing I'll do is I shall clean the bottom of this off a little bit, get rid of any crap, and we'll get the sump back on. Then I can fit, I don't know if I'll bother fitting these yet. I might then have to paint it first, mask this up and paint that, or put them on and paint it, but yeah. Doesn't really matter, does it? Well, I'll go and find the sump. Right, cleaned all the bolts. I'll do the heads when we get the rotary wire brush on. That one's missing a washer. I'm going to leave them off until I find a washer for you. Front one, isn't it? Back one, sorry. Right, now I need to find a washer for that one, which I've got over here. Make sure they've all started. I could talk these down, they're only, I think 5/16 will be probably 18 to 20 pound per foot, but I'll just do them like that, I think. One more time. Lovely. That's the sump one. Now we can put the basket in. I've got to clean that surface. I should have done it first. Never mind. I'll put a bit of rag in there, I think. A little bit of clean. So I've just got a strainer in there. Just going to nip them little buggers up. There's someone had been in here before to that at least, but they've not taken the sump off because the sump was absolutely full of sludge and slime. And these nuts are the right three, so they're 5/16 UNF, but they're not half-inch socket, they're 13mm, so I have to get 13mm because it don't fit very good, it's a bit doit. I don't know what's gone on there, whether someone had just re-threaded these, probably I guess. Now that's all sealed up, I'll be able to get the rotary wire brush on everything and give it a good old going over. like that, and that is on. And lovely. Just going to go and turn my compressor off because I've had it running all day. It shuts itself down, but the dryer's still going, so I'm just going to turn it off. So that's pretty much all the bottom end done. I've just given that a rotary wire brush off, so it's all nice and ready for a bit of primer. A couple more bits to get out, but we'll do that another day. And then probably tomorrow I shall get the tractor outside, the chassis part of it, and give it a bloody good water blast off, degrease, and attack that front bearing on it. Then I can do the spigot bearing. Then this can go on a couple of blocks of wood, and I can chuck on the flywheel and the clutch assembly, all that sort of malarkey. Then this is ready to bolt back on the tractor once that's all clean anyway. So once that's all sparkly clean, this can go back on, and I could whack the head on and just see if it would go, or I could just wait and assemble it. It should be mint now. I mean, it feels lovely when you turn it over. Feels beautiful. You can tell it's got nice new rings and nice new liners anyway. And of course the head's done, so the head's all ready to go as well. But the way I normally pull these out with the head off, because I've got something I bolt onto my little contraption. I bolt onto the stud holes, and it makes it easy to get it in and outable sort of thing. So that's the plan. That'll do for today. So as promised, what we're going to do today is change this oil seal on the front of the gearbox, and then hopefully get the flywheel all dressed up and cleaned up. New spigot bearing in there, put the clutch together, put the flywheel back on the engine, and probably slide it all back together, but we'll see how we go. I've just given it a bloody good clean this morning, had it outside and water blasted it all because it was pretty crappy. But yeah, it looks like we've got a couple of 7/16 bolts on here, and then I don't know what those are at the back, probably 9/16 or something. Anyway, this shaft's got to come out, but it's a bit grotty, so before I try and pull it out, I'm going to give it a bit of a clean up quickly. A bit of this stuff. Do I suppose. Right, hoist. I'll get these 7/16 out. My trusty rattler. Yeah, they spinning on the back, aren't they? Yes. Why won't that go on there? Might have to get a smaller socket or spanner on that, I think. And what's on the other side of there? They look like bolts as well. Alright, 7/16, so I'm going to go and get myself a spanner. See if we can get these buggers undone, innit? I put a bit of a rag up there because I keep smacking myself in the head with it, which is not much fun. So now let's see if we can get these buggers undone now. I don't know whether someone's modified this, because I have seen one of them I had flat blade screws in it. But they're out. Yeah, don't know if they're original or not, but someone's taken the top of the bolt off. Anywho, now that little fella's free. I'll get another bit of rag and I'll try, what's it, like a 17mm spanner on the other side or something. 11/16, 17mm in new money, that is. I'll go and get another bit of rag. Let's see if we can get this little fella to come out. wires out of the way. Don't need those buggers. Punch it out. Has it got all the other side? Yes, it does. So I might knock that out with something because it doesn't seem to want to move. Yes. It's very gritty. I think I'll just get a tapometer. Right, I think I've got that on the run. So that's that. And go back in there like that. And that's that shaft out. And we'll give him a bloody good clean before it goes back, I think. Right, that's that bit out. Now, a bit of access in here. I've already dropped some oil out of this. So we'll get these bolts on this side. So hopefully you can see down in there. And I believe that just those 4 bolts at the back there. So let's get them off. That's one. And hopefully no oil should come out because I've drained it. Well, I say drained. I've drained the front half of the gearbox. There's still oil in the back, but hopefully this should be enough for it to not piss out everywhere. There we go. It's out. So well, they're all clean. Lovely. I'm just going to try and punch this oil seal out. Like that. Here's our seal, and that's the part number for it if anyone's looking for one. From Sparex, obviously, because that's where I seem to be able to find all the stuff. Now then, make sure we get it in the right way round, otherwise it'd be a plonker Rodney, isn't it? We'll put a bit of this on here. And I'm probably going to get rid of the gasket on the back as well because it's buggered and I haven't got another one, but I can just use this stuff. That's lovely. Get them in there. Again, it's the spring side is facing you where your oil is going to try and escape from. I pretty much pushed most of that in by hand with that sealant on it, which is nice. And the only thing I've got close to it is this socket, 1.5 inch, which I use for the that's for the front pulley. So that seems to fit lovely. I would say that is home, governor. Yeah. So we go. Not deformed like the other one was. The other one had been, I don't know what they put it in there with, probably a brick or something, I don't know. But that's how you do that. Well, that's how I do that. Next thing, I'm going to clean a gasket off the back of this, and I'm going to quickly clean the flywheel and drop the engine down onto the ground, get the flywheel on, so as I can use the a shaft to centre the bearing, centre the clutch plate and whatever. So I'll quickly do that and I'll come back in it. Right. So I've given the flywheel a bit of a birthday because it had been painted and it was a bit horrible and crappy. And I've also cleaned up the clutch plate side as well because that rust on it and stuff. Now it's all nice and shiny and briny-ish, as good as it's going to get. Just going to change out this spigot bearing. I've got a, what size socket is that bugger there? 1 inch, seems to be, looks like it's going to fit. And we'll just clobber that bugger out. Actually no, that might be a bit too tight. I might try and get a slightly smaller one. So I'm going to find a smaller socket than that. 15/16 then, we'll try that bugger. And that's the one. Right. So there's our rotten old bearing. It's all quite sea solid. So that can go in the bin. And nice new Sparex one. Part numbers S40734. And we shall pop him in here. Let's give that a little bit of a clean up with a bit of rag. Crap out there. That's much nicer now. Right. And we'll clobber this little bugger in. And it's nice and home. That's just a 30mm socket, so handy as in your socket set. Next thing, we'll get this flywheel back on here. Let's just go and find the bolts. Right. So I'll make sure this goes on the same way as it came off, and there's 2 dowel holes on here. Actually there's 3 I think. No, sorry, there's 2. 1, 2. That one there's to push it off with anyway. So there's a mark on the end of the crank. So I should be able to line them back up again. Exactly the same place. Why is that not starting? Again, that's better. Right, they're all started now. I should just rattle them up nice and gently, bently. Let's just check them with a ratchet. sure we've got to do it. Right, they're on. What I've got to do now is bend those tabs over, and then that little fella's done. So I'll go and find my little chisel, and we'll bend those tabs over on there. And that'll be another job nearly jobbed. So let's whack this clutch on, and I'm going to use the front shaft of the gearbox to line the little bugger up. So we'll pop him through there. I might just put a bit of copper slip on that in there, just in that spigot bearing for that to go in, and I will put some on the clutch plate, splines and all. Look at that, pretty marvellous. Right, now we'll stick this little filler on here. Pop that in its hole there. We've got our bolts right there. Let's get one started. Come on, darling. One. That's a t'other. I did have a tool I made for this, but I stole it and made something else out of it, so I haven't got a tool for it anymore, so never mind. And the last one, under there. Come on, you pig ass, there you are. Keep that covered up. Just make sure it's nice and centred. And we'll just rattle that up quick. But you know what? You do know what, don't you? Because I'm rushing, I didn't bend over them tabs. Good job I remembered, isn't it? Let's quickly take that off. Pull that out again. Put that down there. And I will find my chisel and bend the tabs over. You don't want your flywheel flying off, do you? Just wouldn't be cricket. Right, now I'll put the bugger back in again. Like that. Get these all started like that. I'll just centre that clutch plate up again. just do it in opposites, but it can't really move that much, so. And that, as I say, is that. Now I can grab my shaft again and put it back in its casing, and we'll get that mounted. Right, I'm just going to bung a bit of tape around here so I don't bugger the seal up when it goes on. Should do, won't it? That should Scooby-Doo go now. Put a little bit of grease on it. And slip the bugger back in. I've also cleaned up the surface that the seal rungs on, because that had sort of standstill marks on it, probably a bit of rust and crap where it's been sitting for so long. Hopefully that'll go in there nicely. Yes. I'll tell you what I will do, I'll just pull that back out of touch and also put a bit of grease on this bearing on it so it's not running dry when it first starts driving. Can't be a bad thing, can it? Better. Very nice. Get this bleeding tape. Oh, there we go. Now, because I ain't got a gasket on there, I'm going to chuck a bit of this sealant goop around here. Definitely want to come out, does it? There we go, marvellous. Right, give it a little split around. Hallelujah, wasn't it? Right. Let's throw this bugger back in here. Right there. Get on there, little swang. Right. You're in. Get these bolts back in. Let's put the lid back on with grease. Don't tread in it, I suppose. Be nice. That's him. I'll have to give it another clean up before I put this on, and also before the engine goes on I've got to try and get this starter solenoid working, because it doesn't engage, so it goes so far. And I don't know whether it's ran the wrong way or what. I'll have a look, but yeah, we'll have to give that a coat of looking at and all. Marvellous. And that all still moves freely, so that must be bloody good, isn't it? What I want to do in there, while I've got all that clutch release bearing and all that out, it's the best time to have a look at this little thing. So I'll have a tattoo with this quickly, get a pair of pliers and see how much movement that's got on it when it for some reason it's got a bit more on there. Might pull the gear stick out and have a look as well, so I'll quickly do that and I'll tell you what I find in a second. So I'm just quickly pulling this old switch out, see what's going on with it. Just a split pin at the top. Yeah, why is that not working fine? There's not much that can go wrong with that bit. It looks like it's been in there forever and a day, so we'll leave him alone, I reckon. There. It hasn't got much movement on it, but what I might do, I'll just quickly take this apart, I think, and have a look inside. Well, I've got that part, and that's what it looks like inside. Can you see that? It's a bit poked, so they need cleaning up. That's probably why it's not making a very good contact, and the same with that part. It's all grotty and horrible, so I'll take it all apart, I think, and I shall give it a bloody birthday. And it looks like you might be able to adjust this actually. Can you? Can you? Nah. It's just got a spring on it. But anyway, I shall get some stuff and I shall give it a clean up, I think, and see if I can get it to go. So I don't know if you can see this, but there's my little tester, and if I push that in, that appears to be working now, so we're going to throw him back in the tractor. I'm just chucking this switch back in, and you've got a little tiny bit of adjustment backwards and forwards on it. So I'm going to pull it right the way forwards, hopefully that gives it the right amount of movement to bring it on. Be good to get this bloody engine back on here anyway, and I'm just in a process actually of building myself a spray booth, because I make such a bloody mess in here when I paint stuff, and I like to do the whole process myself. I don't want anyone else, you know. Oh, just nice to do everything, eh? If you can, anyway. So I've got a bit of an extension on the side of my shed, which is for my electrical stores, but I've had so much gear in there just sitting there that we haven't used for a long time. I thought, bugger it, I shall have a cabinet reshuffle out there, which I have. I've moved some shelving into here because I used to have car parts out there as well, and so now I've got all my car parts over on a shelf over on the side, and I've gained some space, so I'm building a spray booth, proper spray booth as well. All lovely it will. Anyway, let's see if this is going to bleed in work now. Tester's a bit intermittent. It's quite awkward to hold both these probes on. Need another pair of hands really, but so we're getting continuity. It's just not beeping. Oh, there we go. I think this tester might be a bit there. There we go. No, definitely need another pair of hands. Oh, there we go. Lovely. So that's working, that's good. Another job jobbed. So now tomorrow I'll be able to put the engine on, but I'm just going to assemble the clutch, rest of this back in, give this a bit more of a clean out. I've given a little shaft a bit of a birthday, and I'll chuck a little bit of grease on the bugger. Not that much, obviously. Come here, alright. Put some grease in the bushes. It was running a bit dry, to be fair. It was a bit of a bugger to get out. Right. Blew right away, ain't I? Make sure I get this round the right way. You can see the face that hits the thrust release bearing there. I might just get an adjuster, which is over there. Lovely. Oh, that's better. And the only thing that holds that in place is the bolts, like the this shaft against there on the release bearing. So we'll get these bolts back in here. Losing bits, aren't I? Now let's get that. There we be. These tight. I'll adjust all this up when I put it back together. I'll have to adjust the pedal, but that shouldn't be too hard. That's that one. That's that one. Right. Next thing I've got to do is get the. I've got a new release bearing, so I've got to take the old one off. I'll punch that off in the vise, put the springs back on the back, and then that all can go back together. So there's the release bearing mechanism. There's my new bearing. The old one was rattly as. That's the part number. I've just punched it out in the vise. It came out really easy, so I'll just clean it up in a minute. I'll just put this one on, and then that can go on the tractor. Innit? Okay, chaps, here we go. Right, that's on. That just, the other one was rusted on, but the new one has a nice slide fit. So I'll put some copper slip on it, so that won't rust up anymore. And then I'm going to put a bit of copper slip on the shaft it slides on, just up here. And just on the faces of the reaction arm, be on there. Might as well put a bit more on that shaft as well. That goes together. Not too much though, mind you, otherwise it will just spray all over the clutch plate, make it slip. But that's lovely. Right, that's that bit. and that just goes back on there, and that shaft locates right in there like that. That's what holds it all together. And then these little fellas, these little very skinny arms get in here. Go on like that. Can't really see, can I? It's a bit dark in there. That's that. Sweet. I'm going to clean this up around here, get a scrape off and a bit of a sand up, and then that'll be ready for them to take their little engine, won't it? There was a paper gasket on here, but I've just put some sealant down here, I think. Stop it reacting. You can see there's been water laying in here in this gearbox because it's all pitted at the bottom down here, so it's been eaten away. That's now ready pretty much for the engine. Cool bananas. Do I put it on now? What's the time? No, it's getting to indoors o'clock, I think. I might have to be indoors o'clock. But it will be tomorrow. The engine will probably go on, and then I shall be able to get this little video uploaded to the tube of the U's and stuff. But anyway, it's a pretty good day. Clutch on, new thrust release bearing, new spigot bearing. What else have we done? Give it a bloody good clean, I have. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow engine on. I've run out of room, so I've got this tractor ready for the engine to go on. The engine's sitting on the forklift. The forklift's been sitting in the way of the entrance of the shed, or one of the ways in, for a week. So I'm quickly going to throw this engine in, get it out of the way, so I can get the forklift out, because I've got a load of material turned up tomorrow for my spray booth. So I'm just going to flick this engine on, see if the forklift will bloody start up first. Right, so the forklift's alive, so I'm going to try and manoeuvre it into place, see if I can wiggle this engine on my own. for a minute. So it's nearly on. What I've got to do is just rattle these up gently. Got some big long buggers, they probably go down there. Now I've got a couple of washers missing, so I should go and find the washers. It probably didn't have any on it because all the bolts were on here. So yeah, I think some of them have gone AWOL. So I shall quickly find those, innit? Right, I think I've found all the bolts now, so I'll just gently pull the bugger in. Okay, it's not quite in line, is it? So that's now bolted up enough for me to take the forklift away at least, and make some room. Right, so there's the engine back bolted together. I just noted there's a bolt missing up here, but it's someone snapped it off at some stage in its life. So what I will do is probably try and drill that out and re-tap it. If I can't re-tap it, then I'll probably put a nut and bolt in there. I should be able to re-tap it though. If I can get the centre, I'll probably make up a sleeve for this in the lathe to put a centre through. Then I can go through with the proper size drill bit and a tap, and then put a bolt in it, which would be nicer, won't it, than just having it with a hole there, I think anyway. Next thing I'm going to do is build the spray booth, I think, because, oh actually, I will put the head on. So I'll seal this up because at the moment it's all open. I'll probably tape up these holes where the oil filler and the oil filter go, and the distributor, etc. Just so as I can paint it, but so I won't be painting it out here because I want to get my spray booth done. So I could video my spray booth, couldn't I? How about that then? I might do that. But I'm just clearing out my workshop at a minute. I'll show you in a second how much of a shithole it is in a minute and how much crap I've accumulated. But yeah, that's all bolted together. The other thing I'm going to do is down here I've made this huge, great big stand, like out of I think it's about, there must be 5 by 5 or something like that, 5 inch by 5 inch posts. And I'm thinking about putting some wheels on the bottom, so I might get some like decent heavy duty wheels on, and then make the same up for the back, a trolley, so as I can roll this thing around the workshop and get it into the spray booth safely. Because my forklift, as I've worked out, with the doors I've bought, the forklift will just about go in there a little bit, but what I might do is make a flap at the top so I can open it up and lock it to get the forklift in with anything like this, or any bits I do need to get in and out with the forklift. But if this is on a trolley, I ain't got to get the forklift in there, have I? But you never know, depends how easy this rolls on a trolley. But anyway, I'll show you. So I'm just going to sling this cylinder head on, take this off, take all these little bolts out. I'll just chuck a little bit of oil down the cylinders and a little bit down the followers before I chuck it on. And we'll get the cylinder head on, get that sealed up so no crap goes down there. We don't really want that. And then I shall leave it with the rocker cover off. I may put the rocker gear on, but I've got to do the I've got to sandblast and paint the rocker cover because it's a bit wanky. So I'll get that done. But anyway, that's what I'm going to do this morning, is get that done, and then I'm going to go and play. First thing, I just need to get rid of my lifted plate. And there's all my head washers as well, because I use those, but I keep all those bolts because they're handy for the next one, aren't they? Rest of these little some bitches out. Go down there. Now I've got to find my oiling can, it'll be in here somewhere. why we folded for it. I found it. That's them all off. I'll give it a quick wipe. It's lovely, isn't it? Right, I'll just chuck a little bit of oil down in the bores quickly, and then I'll put some sealant in. I was trying to get the same sealant as Mr. Bundy uses, but apparently you can't get it over here. Don't know why. I couldn't find it anyway. But my brother gave me some stuff, and he reckons it's similar, if not better. So it's aircraft grade stuff. Loctite 5923. So we'll give that a crack. Let's get the oil in. I've already pre-lubed these before anyway, but a bit more won't hurt, will it? Let that run round. Not too much, just enough, isn't it? What I'll do is I'll put this sealant on here quick, on this face, and then I can put the head studs in. Now I've got new head studs from Sparex, however you bloody pronounce it, I don't know. But I thought I'd chuck new ones in it. There was probably stuff all wrong with the old ones. I don't think they really, they don't get abused today. They're not exactly high compression and high performance engines, so the old ones probably would have been fine, I don't know. But I had new ones which I was going to put on that engine anyway, so I might as well use them. So let's stick some of this goop on here and see what it's like. It's black and it's sticky. It smells nice. Right, now we've got that all nice and shiny and briny again. We can get some of this goop on here. See when it's done, innit? So that's about as interesting as watching paint bleed. Right, so I've got that everywhere it needs to be and just wiped off where I didn't need it. I suppose it would have been easier to put it on the head gasket, but anyway, done it now. But that's all got a nice gloop of that on there. I'll just leave that to sit for a while, and I shall put the studs in. Now, where is it? Around here somewhere. There's a stud. Get in and put in and out of her. There it is. That it's got a load of little like hardened pins in there, and they just pinch on the stud. It's very clever. So I shall get these studs in. Right, I'm just chucking a tiny little bit of grease on these studs. Not a lot, just a little tiny bit on the end, just so it's easier for the next geezer. Well, probably won't have to come out for a long time, but just makes them go in nice, don't it? Didn't even need me stud putter in her up. Apparently these are worth quite a bit more money in the UK, the old Fergies. Right, that's all them little buggers in there. We'll just give them all a nip up. Not going to go silly, just want to get them just as they, so they're all the way in. If you're going too far, you can crack them, and crack the stud hole, or strip them at worst. Right, they're all in and lovely, right, and that stuff is all lovely, and they've all got lovely oil in them there. So I'll get the gasket of the head. Then we should plonk him on. It's got a bit of stuff on it because it was sitting on the head. Like that. Make sure our oilways and everything line up and our waterways. It's very nice, very nice. And then we'll just slip the head on. There we go. Hamburger. Yeah. Wiping the excess off. It's going to squidge out anyway, isn't it? But now I shall go and find all the nuts and we'll get them on. A little bit of oil on them. There's another step closer, isn't it? Right, so I've polished my nuts. Chuck all these little buggers on. Just make sure they go up the right way. One face has got a wear mark on it where it's bitten down, and the other side ain't. Hopefully I've got all the bloody nuts and washers. But that's all the washers. And hopefully that's all the nuts. I find this is a lot easier to do without the other studs in there for the rocker, so they get in the way of the socket. So I'll put him back over. Bloody hell, look at that. Got every one. Oh, there's my socket, that one there. Just going to get these like just nipped, not tight. And there's all different ways that people do these bloody things. Star pattern, snail pattern, diagonals. I'm just going to do like a snail I do. Start from the middle and just work out. That's what I was taught. Hopefully, because I've skimmed this and everything, it should be nice and sealed and perfect again. Because it was a bit wanky. And with that bionic sealant, well, we'll see. So my brother swears by it, so I'll try it. And it's free, so that's even better, isn't it? Free is always good. so I've got the torque wrench set on 60 now. Now I'll see what I'm doing anyway. Right, that's all up to 60. Then we'll chuck it up to 65. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Do it again. Right, that's all up at 65. What I should do is I should have a cup of tea and then I'll just go around it once more, doubly bubbly check, but that should be that, hopefully. And then we get on with the spray booth, isn't it? Very important. Cool. It's been about like 20 minutes, half an hour so far since I've torqued that up. I'm just going to chuck these push rods in and I'll give it another nip. I've just put a bit of that Morris like oil stabiliser. It's really good for, I use it for cold start up, like the first start up. Just poured some of that down the cam followers. Last but by no means least to did, marvellous. Right, now I'll give this head another nip. Still on 65. Not really moving, to be fair. Right, that's that. I should take the tension back off my torque wrench. Just while I was waiting for the old tractor to dry off a bit, I was blowing it off. I chucked that dizzy in the sandblaster. Look at that. So that's with glass. So it's really fine, and I think it looks marvellous. A lot better than it bloody did anyway. I've got to clean it all out, strip it down and get any grit out of it, but yeah. It's giving it a birthday, isn't it? And it's got in all the little nooks and crannies and got all the crap off. So that'll be marvellous, that will. Probably do a few more bits. So I've just put that through the sandblaster with the glass beads. And look at that, it's come up like new. It's proper posh. It's much gentler than grit. So that's probably good enough just to put on like that, because consider it's going to be filled up with oil and whatever. So I might leave it as it is, and then I can reassemble the top of the engine, whack this on, and that'll be all watertight then and dirt tight. But next job is probably going to take off this steering box and have a look inside there. Put that to one side, and then we'll move on to the back of the gearbox, take that off. I've got new bushes to fit on those the 3-link arms. Brake drums got to come off. I'll have to sandblast those as well. Probably change the grit again to the heavy stuff, because for that sort of gear that's perfect. But this nice stuff that's, you know, nice and shiny, glass is the way to go, I think. So I should buy myself a few more bags of that glass, because it can't hurt to have it sitting around anyway. So anyway, that's lovely. That's going to go. I'm going to take the top of this engine off now, then top of the gearbox off, get this steering box off. I'll get that set up. I'll go and get some tools together. Right, so I'll whip the top of this gearbox off then. Steering box, malarkey. I've got these nice little bins here. My mate up the road just bought a new van. It came with all these bins in the back, so he didn't want them. So I've relocated them to my house, and they're handy as for putting nuts and bolts in. Get everything in the same place, can't I? Now then, how dirty is this little bugger going to be? Pretty dirty, I should imagine. So I've got that draining. Did have oil in it, but not a lot. Going everywhere, isn't it? I'm going to pull this plate off, and I must go and see if I can order a new gasket for the bottom of this. I'll have a look on the SpareX website in a minute. But let's just oof this plate off. I've got a couple of seals to replace these old ones here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these old seals. I'll cut the flange off of them, and I'll glue them onto the new seal so they look original. That way you'll have a nice new rubber seal with a spring in it, which still looks like the old leather ones. That's what I did to the other one I did. It came out all right and wigged, so there we go. Well, I've never seen in the bottom one of these before, so it's my first time, isn't it? Yuck. Right, I'm going to put that in a bucket. It's dirty as. I was right, so they have got a little dimple, so they can only go on one way round. They've got a little for the bolt to go through, so that's good. But I will do them one at a time so I don't get them mixed up, because there's probably a left and a right, and we need to get them in the right way, don't we? Let's get rid of all this bloody oil. So anyway, now what I'm going to do is I'll pop out the old leather seals, and they are absolutely buggered, and give that a quick clean up, and then pop the new seal in. Then I can put this side back together, and the adjustment on it is it's quite a way in, but I think it's still got a little bit more, so it should be all right. So I'll give it an adjustment while we're there. There's an old leather seal there, and she buggered me, so I shall trim that off around there, and then glue it onto the new seal. Now I've only got one seal at the minute, I think. Well, I've got two other seals, but I think they're wrong. I don't know what they're for. Slightly too small. They do go in, but they're very loose fit, which is not going to be good. But that one is the right one, I believe. Is it? Yeah, that'd be the right one. So I was going to go and look for my box of bits and see if I've got another one. Right, so I just trimmed the back of the old seal off. This gives you that disc, and I sort of glue that disc on there, like that. Just so as it looks like it's the old one still, even though it's got a nice new seal in there. So I should knock up a little bit of goop for that. I'm just going to give that epoxy just a little bit of time to go off before I put that back in. I'm just giving it a little bit of a clean up on the rotary wire brush. Should be lovely. While I'm waiting, what I should do is I should crack this adjuster and see if we can get some adjustment, because this was as sloppy as, and it shouldn't be like that. It should be nice and tight like a tiger. So I should adjust it, and then I've got to go and find another gasket. So 2 gaskets for this. So I should have a quick look online at the Spigot website and see if I can get these gaskets again. Otherwise I can't put it back together. Well, I won't be able to put it back together today anyway, but at least I'll have them coming for next week probably, and I can get on with the top of the engine and the back. I have got the gaskets for the back part. I bought those ages ago because I've got a brand new bush set for the linkage on there. Yeah, so that's the plan, Stan. So I've just got a second seal in. Just going to chuck this other cover on, same as I did before. And then I can reassemble this apart from the bottom, obviously, because I haven't got a gasket yet. But this is a major part done, isn't it? And I'll crack on with the back of the gearbox. Just looks the part when you do that, I think, isn't it? I shall reassemble the rest of this then. So to my horror, I went on the Spigot's website, and that gasket there, or the 2 gaskets for there, are not available at the minute, which is a pain in the butt. So we're going to go old school on it. I'm going to make 2 gaskets. But first I'm going to clean all this crap off. It's quite grotty, and I don't want it to go into the gearbox that's all nice and shiny inside, so I'm going to use a vacuum cleaner. Otherwise I'll scrape it. It's a bit noisy. Marvellous. It's all nice and sparkly now. There's a couple of ways I could do this. I could just stick the paper on there and then hold it and just tap round it very gently, but being an aluminium casting, I don't want to damage it. So the other alternative is get a thin smear of grease, and we'll just put a bit of grease around it like this, all over there. And this will leave a nice mark on our paper. Then I can transfer it to a bit of wood and cut it out with a knife. Probably going to be easier. And I've got a little punch for the holes as well, which is bloody handy, because cutting holes with a knife is a pain in the ass. I don't know where I got this punch from, but I've got one. Might have inherited it from somewhere, can't remember. And this grease can stay on here because it's not going to do any harm at all. In fact, it will help with the seal of the gasket after. So I've got to make 2 of these little buggers. So there's a bit of grease on there. Lid back on that. there we go, there's our template. Now I'll stick that on a bit of wood, do all the holes and just cut around with a knife, which I should do now, isn't it? There you go. I just stuck it on a nice little bit of board. And here's my little punch, so that's a little punch for the holes, which is handy. But what I will do is I'll put these holes in and I'll put it on a piece of steel, because I don't think it'll go through on this wood. I've got a bit of MDF there. I might put a bit of plate underneath that while I'm doing that. Where's the arrow? Found it. I'll try it, just see if that does work on this bit of wood. Might do. I should imagine. That's all the holes done, look at that. Took second. Got myself a nice sharp blade and cut the inside out first, I reckon. I really don't understand why this gasket's not available. It's like it's not as if it's a base like an unused part on it, is it? I mean, you can pretty much buy everything else for these tractors, but one bloody gasket, ridiculous. There you go, there's our first one. Did all and done, so I'll get on and do the other one, and then I shall start putting it back together. Well, I've got my gaskets made now. One's on the tractor already. This one here, obviously it's got to seal the steering box, so we don't want that to leak, so I'm going to put a bit of splodge on this before I put the gasket on. So I'm going to use this stuff again. It's quite goopy, this stuff. It doesn't set. I reckon that's Scooby-Doo go, right. Now, we'll stick our gasket on now. I think it don't matter which way around it goes because it's the same, isn't it? I believe. Or is it that way? That's the way. Right, so that's all back together and a bit of goop on there. The other gasket's all over there sitting rating, so I shall go and chuck this bugger back on. I'm going to take off the throttle linkage, so I bought a new one, a new chrome one, which I'll fit once it's painted, I guess. Right, so now I should be able to just pop this back on. Right, that's sitting on there nice, and I can trim up these gaskets with a knife after. But it's lovely, isn't it? I do need to find some washers though, because I was missing a few washers, so I shall find some and then bolt this little bugger down. Well, it's pretty much back on there. Make sure they're almost deployed. So it looks to me like that bush has to punch out there. It looks like it goes through, but yes, it does. So I've got to pop that out, and then that whole mechanism will fall out then. hopefully. I need a smaller punch, don't I? That one's too big. Hopefully the new bit comes with all this attached, it must do. There we go. Yeah, so hopefully our new one must come with all that on it, because that's welded on. That bush must have gone on before that was welded on, I guess. Anyway, we'll wait and see. That's it off. Now I'll give this a bloody good clean out, I'll get to everything. And then I'll pull this nut off of here and see what's going on with this lock washer, because it's not locking. And I reckon it should. Yeah. Also going to try and get these little rivets out here, which hold that nameplate on. So I've got a nameplate which I can use on this one. Let's get that wood rough key out. Pop them down here so I don't lose it. And try and get this off. Yeah, there's a lock washer that's not locking. So we'll have a look at that. It's missing the tab. Should be a little peg sticking down here which locates in a groove on the column, and that's not on there, is it? So I'm going to have to either repair that or make another one, I guess. So what I've done is I've just TIG welded a little blob on there, if you can see that, and I shall file that up, grind it up, and then put that back on again. It should work, won't it? Once that's in and adjusted, I've got a little tiny bit of play in it, which is what I want. So I better knock these tabs down, I suppose. So now they're doing what they're supposed to do, aren't they? They're holding the nut, which it wasn't doing too well before. Perfect, right. That's that. Now the next thing is to try and punch out these little buggers. So, I need something very, very tiny for that. I'm going to find something small. So the next little job I'm going to do on this old girl is going to pull off this lifter cover. It looks like a real prick, and it is a real prick, because I've just tried to get this pin out the back, which does this link here, and it is solid, so I might have to get a bit medieval on it and cut it off, because it's not budging. The pin is solid, so if I cut the pin, and I'll probably have to sacrifice this pivot here as well, and I believe you can get them. I hope you can get them, otherwise I'll have to make one. But yeah, I'm going to probably cut that apart to get it off, because it sees absolutely solid. Then I can either heat this up and punch this pin out in bits, or drill it out or whatever, and I'll have to get another pin, because I need to get that bit off. I think I want to take these off. I can't get these pins out here either, they're seized into here, so once I've got them off I should be able to press them out, take them. I haven't got a press, but my mate's got one, so I might be able to take it there and press them out. Yeah, and see how this bloody thing comes off. As I say, it looks like a real mission. I'll probably take them side covers off and have a look through them holes to see what I'm dealing with. And then there's a sump on it as well, so I suppose I could pull that off and have a look up in there, see what's going on. It's got no oil in it, so it should be clean-ish anyway. So first thing I do is take off these lock tabs and rattle these off and see if these are going to budge. If the rest of it's anything to go by, probably not, but I'll have to get some heat on it and use some bad language on it to get it off, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to try and get these off in a sec. Right, the first thing, bend these tabs out of the way. turn it out of the way. See if this little rattle gun will get me out. Yes. Yes indeed. Well, that looks very grim, doesn't it? Very grim. Don't fancy the chances. I suppose anyway, see what's going to come off is give it a smack. If I lift that up. I don't know if that moved or not. I might get a bit of wood and just block this up, hold it up so I get a better clomp on it. Like that. I suppose I can always apply some heat as well. Try this first. I think it's moved a little. I'll heat this up and I'll come back, see if it moves. Well, I got that bugger off with extreme heat, 2 blow lamps, me on one side and Dick on the other side with a blow lamp, but she's pretty rusty. I wanted it was a prick to come off, and it broke my puller as well, so I've got to fix my puller. So that's one side off. I'm just going to take this plate off the side here and have a look in this hole where the dipstick goes. See what we've got to deal with. Because I've got the complete gaskets for this. And it comes with all these side gaskets and everything. Oh, blimey. There's quite a lot going on in there. There is. So what does what? PTO. There is quite a lot in there, and there's a little, what's that bloody thing? Yeah, I might have to take the sump off of this as well, because it looks like a lot of bolts I've got to get to. There's a big forky bit sticking down inside there. A forky bit, yeah, that's right. And it's got 2 11/16 head bolts or 1/2 inch, so looks like there's a bit I've got to take off there. So that forky bit is attached to the top. So yeah, I reckon I've got to take this sump off. And then that there looks like there's the bit of red. Have a look in there. That must be the hydraulic pump in there. Yeah. She's quite dirty, so it needs a bloody good clean, so the sump's got to come off anyway. So that's settled that argument, isn't it? So I should pull the sump off, and that is just a load of 11/16 bolts, so I might do that now. I don't know if that hydraulic pump's fitted to that as well. Don't know. No, there must be a shaft going through there. Mustn't there? Anyway, what I'll do, I shall clean my floor a bit with all the refuge and all the oil and crap from getting that linkage off, which was a real prick, to be fair. Not something I don't think I want to be doing every day, because yeah, I think I'm definitely going to buy myself a little oxy set, because it will make it a lot easier for stuff like that. Because it took ages to heat up, that's why I didn't video it. So anyway, let me pull this sump off. I shall move the camera so you can see what's going on down there. Hopefully you'll be able to see underneath. Look at this dirty piece of crap off. This has got a nice clean floor to work on, isn't it? I suppose. Well, at least these ain't rusty because it was full of oil, so. Let's get that washer. Right, I'm just going to give this a little tap, see if I can get it to come off. It is. I know. We're going to take the other side off and have a look in there as well, because that seems to be all attached to that hydraulic pump. I can't see how to get the bugger off. So let me just move this around. And I'll take that cover off. Do you believe it is a different size bolt? Why would you put a different size bolt in there? So let's go and find a socket for that. Just drain the last of the oil out of the rear diff there, and it's like just full of absolute dog shit. Big lumps are coming out and water and you name it, it's in there. So it's going to need a good rinse out. Right, so let's pull this bugger off. I've got to take this off anyway because I'm probably going to do a new seal in it. Now, what is going to happen now is that sump's going to fall off, isn't it? So, if I had another pair of arms, I'd be able to stretch around and hold the sump and hold the pump, but I could just chuck a couple of bolts in it, couldn't I? Do that. That'd be the sensible thing to do, Governor. Otherwise that's just going to fall on the floor and make a mess. So, here's my bolts. Not over here, they're up here. Not there, where are they? Down there. Just do that. Right, so I've just got some bits of wood under there, and hopefully there's our PTO shaft. I'll stick that in like that, and that is full of some beautiful slime in there, so I'll clean it out while we're at it. I might get another drip tray underneath there. Right, because I haven't evolved and grown another pair of hands yet or anything, I've just put my blow lamp on a stand. I don't know if you can see that. Very technically done. So that'll get that side, and I'll get the other blow lamp on the other side. Hopefully, with that big camera, we'll get that one to go as well. There we go. I'll leave that to heat up for a while, and then I'll come back and bash the shit out of it. Not really sure what's moving. Something's moving, but it might not be the bit I want. But anyway, hopefully I don't break it. Moved a little tiny bit. I might have to give it a bit more heat. Flame on. Very, very slowly but surely. There we go, next one's off. Whew. That's not easy. Dismantle my other arm now. I think that deserves a cup of tea, Governor, because that was an absolute prick of a job. There must be a better way of doing it, but I don't know. Anyway, it's off now, so I'm going to put the kettle on, have a quick cuppa, catch my breath, and then I can disconnect the bolts from this little, there's a little collar in there. I'll disconnect that, and hopefully, hopefully I can get that piece out without breaking anything. Anyway, let's see how we get on. Cup of tea time, Governor. Hopefully you can see that. That's a little 7/16 bolt, which I'm hoping I can get to from this side and the other side through that little hole. God knows how I'm going to get it back in again, because it looks like an absolute nightmare. But that's a little aluminium bit on there. It's like a It looks like it slides back and forward on that shaft, but hopefully, can we get a socket on there? Ooh. Yes, we can. Just about. Might put a universal joint on there. Yeah, I'll go and get a UJ, and that'll make it a little bit easier. So the next bit to try and get off is this bit here. Now, I did give it a clout earlier on, and it don't seem to want to move. So I'll get this split pin out, and then I'll get some heat on there, just see if it will move, and then see if I can knock that pin out. If not, I'm going to have to cut it off and get another one. But such is life, I suppose, isn't it? And then it's a bit loose anyway, that one. I'll probably need to get a new one anyway, look at it. Or make a new bush for it at least. Yeah. Anyway, let's get that split pin out. Where's my split pin? Let's get her out of her. See if that wants to come out. It probably won't, because nothing else has so far. It's been a bit of a mission the back of this tractor so far. Well, I'm going to get a little bit brutal with it now. Right, that's free. I'll cut the rest off later, but I just want to get the top of this this box off now, don't I? So I'm quite excited with all the bolts. It's retained quite a lot of heat from where I've been getting these other bits off, so I might have to put a pair of gloves on when I pick this up, but I was just rattling all the bolts out. Obviously you don't have to do these ones because they're for your seat and they're for the ram. I'll get all these other little sods out. Right, let me get a pop for those bolts. So lose the bastards. 14 of them, I count. Right, that's those. Just wipe my hands. I might get a couple of bits of rag to lift this up with because those sprimes are still bloody hot. Hopefully we should be able to just pop this off. Oh, we can too, look at that. Actually, they're not that hot anymore, so. Let's chuck that over on the bench. So there it is. I've got to replace these bushes in here, so I'm going to have to get that pin out So I might have to go and see my mate Grizz and use his big ass press, because I haven't got a big press. It's probably going to be nicer to press it out than it is to try and smack the crap out of it, because smacking the crap out of stuff just bends stuff. So we will go and see Grizz. I will take this out, I think. I'll take this little split pin out here and take this pin for the piston out. I'm going to totally take this apart, I think, but yeah, I reckon what I'll do first is I shall go and get myself some degreaser so I can do it properly. There's no point half-arsing stuff, is there? So I'm going to go and get my unenvironmentally friendly degreaser and see if we can get this out. Now I'm not sure whether there's one way this comes out or that shaft, whether it goes out that way or that way, who knows. But I've also got to get this, I'm going to have to take this off. So I've just given this pump a little bit of a birthday in the degreasing tank and got all the sludge out of it. Put that valve back in and that's nice and free now. It was all sludged up, so hopefully that's going to work a bit better now. Next thing to do is I'm going to go on SpareX website and see if I can get this part. The probably better if you can see it, wouldn't it? Twat. Yeah, this bit here, this pin, that assembly, because that's seized on, and I've got to get it off because there's a part that needs to go in there. And I think that's all attached to that, is it? I'm not sure how it's attached to that, but it's got to come out. Unless that's just a cup. I might just try and take this off and see if that releases that. But yeah, I'm going to need to get a new part anyway, so, and then I can get that in a degreaser, take the piston off, take that phallus plate thing off, whatever that is, that bloody knob looking bit. Yeah, and we'll give us a good clean up. First time in probably 70 odd years or whatever it is. Anyway, that's the plan. But the pump looks good, and they're really simple. It's just like a set of cams in there by looks of things and pistons, so real simple. Anyway, get back in there, you bugger. Yeah, I shall pull that off. There we go, get this little sod off. I'm going to get to that one under there. They're all on a run. I shall pull this actuator arm off as well. Off the side one there. Might as well, eh? So I've got to go up my mate's probably tomorrow anyway to look at an electrical job for him for his workshop. And while I'm there, I could take this with me and see if we can chuck it on his press and just get this pin out. I think I've got a set of bushes for it that I got with the tractor, because the guy was going to do it himself, but I think it turned out to be in a too hard basket, so he never bothered, which is good for me, not so good for him. Something down there to pull that out. Yes. Yeah, that's all still attached, so I'll have to just cut the bugger, aren't I? Bit of a shame. If that's what's got to happen, that's what's got to happen. There must be another pin in there. Anyway, let's move on to the side a minute. Might as well get this off while I'm here. And apparently these are adjustable for the arms, so you should be able to slide them backwards and forwards to adjust where it reacts against. So this wasn't doing anything when I took it off, and I think it was not really moving it, so probably needs a bit of adjustment, doesn't it? I did get it a free off though. It was seized onto the there's a bit of friction material in there, like cork or rubber or something, and that was seized solid, but I gave it a few donks in a bit of heat and it freed it up. So the way they work, there's a little spring washer there, and that gives you a bit of tension onto the friction material. So as when you put your implement up or down, it stays there, don't start moving around. No, I don't want to damage some other bits there, so. Was a bit tight. That's better. Got to do all this stuff, eh? There's no point selling someone a tractor and they come back and have a whinge because it's not working. So I might as well get it all working properly for them, so they ain't got to do nothing apart from polish it and take it to shows or just drive it round looking smug. Come out, you little bugger. Go. Right. And that's that bit. It don't look too bad, to be fair. It's not rusty like everything else. Still got paint on it. Maybe it's a new one, don't know. Anyway, that's good. So get myself another box for these nuts and bolts and that bloody loose. Right. So here we are, that's that all. So I'm going to go and have a quick look, see if that's available, as to see how I'm going to cut it off, etc. So I've pulled off the piston and the cylinder, and I've pulled off most of these bits. I'm just giving them a bit of a birthday in a degreaser. Then I'll chuck this in a degreaser. Then I'm going to see if I can knock this out. Never know, I might be able to. Then I'm going to give it a bead blast and the other bits over there, give it a bit of a birthday, make it look a bit more pretty. So I'm going to get on and play with that. Right, I'm just going to try and pop this piston out with some compressed air. It's a bit tight. He's a bit tight. Just want to quickly show you this while there's no interruptions, but there's a little tiny bit of surface rust inside here. So I've got my hone, which is the same one I use for bores, and I just use this as a little bit of lubrication down there like that. doing a little bit of a clean up. Kind of a two-man go, but see what that looks like. Do a little wash out. Go. That actually looks really good now. Taking a lot of the scores out of it. Anyway, I should let that dry off. And next thing to do is check the piston rings, make sure they're all in tolerance and whatever. But yeah, exactly the same thing as you use for your cylinders, pretty much. Right, I'm going to show you one of those, like that. Does it a treat. So there's their little valve assembly there. To be honest, it looks like a lady's contraceptive device a bit, doesn't it? You know? Anyway, that's all clean. Next, I guess we'll take these side covers off. Looks like there's little pistons in there. So there's an elliptical bush in here, which looks like it spins, and then that slides the pistons either side and pumps it up. Pretty clever, isn't it? I should imagine it's all full of gunk in here. So a gasket set that we bought from Spigot. It's got everything in it. There we go. So there's our little, I guess they'd be the bores where we pump through. And there's our little pistons. Yeah, it's actually a one hole casting, so the sump and this is all one. So I wonder how you get the whole thing out. And there's a shaft at the bottom, looks like it holds it all together, and that would probably all come out then. Yes. Anyway, I'm going to go give it a clean up. So what I do want to look at, this bit looks pretty good, so there's just brass bearing surfaces and the pistons, they all look lovely, so I'm not going to strip that down any further than that because I can't see the point. But what I do want to look at is these little valve blocks. So in here there's obviously valves, so as the pistons are going in and out, the valves are open and closing, so they've obviously been sitting in sludge and crap for a number of years. So what I will do is pull these apart one at a time. Just go and get a pair of pliers or something. Where have we got something here? I wonder if they'll just twist out. No, they won't. They are pretty stuck. I think this has been off before because there's there was evidence that someone's been in here, so it may have had an overhaul in its life on the pump or something. I don't know. It actually looks pretty good. put a bigger pair of grips to see if I can get those to turn and pull out. So I've got both them caps out now. A little bit clean. Might just take that back out with the parts washer and give it a wash out. It's getting a bit of snot coming out, so it's not going to hurt it, is it? It looks like there's a couple of rubber seals in the top here. I haven't got any new ones, so this is looking pretty bloody clean. So I think I'm going to just put this back together because I don't want to disturb anything and not be able to fix it. I'll put it back, you know. Don't want to bugger it up. So there's all the sludges gone anyway, and those now fit in there lovely. Look at that, what they should do. So we'll put that back together, and then we'll do the other side, give that a clean. Other than that, there's not really much in them, is there? I guess. Yeah. Real simple little pump. Let's do this one. Yeah, probably more interested about getting all the water and sludge out than anything else. Once I've done that, I'll be happy, innit? Back to the parts washer. Nice and clean and sparkly now. So we'll pop those bits back in. Going much easier than they come out, don't they? We shall rattle that little fellow up. Marvellous. Now, just clean these gasket faces up. Right. Now I've got my nice new gaskets here. And I might put a little bit of oil on these pistons before they go in. Now one of these has got right on it, which would be that one. That'd be right then, wouldn't it? You've got to get these little pistons in these bloody holes. That's it. Just going to chuck a bolt in. Get that gasket in the right place. one. Two. That's it, that's those two pistons all sort of nicely in. I'm just going to rattle these very gently. And I shall finish that off by hand. To get it right, I'll go and find my ratchet. So I'll just pull these up a little bit. Sweet. Right, that's that side done. Spinning round. How's that? Finish it off with the old rest sheet. Do stick this valve back in. Right, that's him in. Before I actually put this back to the tractor, I'm just going to go and get a big container and stick it underneath that that housing and blast it out with some degreaser because it's a bit shitty, so we'll do that next. So there'd be no point putting that nice shiny bits back into this old messy bit down here. So I've got my little blaster here. I'm going to give it a give it a wipe out and a dry off. There had tide marks in there, that's how bad it was, where it had water sitting on top of the oil, I suppose, and the water goes stagnant and does a bit weird and wonderful. So anyway, we'll start off with a nice shiny clean gearbox now. It's much better. Much more better. Another little job I'm going to do on here while it's apart is I'm just going to take out the slop of this bearing here. So those two lock nuts there are slopping about, so this bearing has got a bit of backlash in it. So I might as well do that while I'm in there. Take out the 70 plus years of play out of there. So I've just done that. I just bent those tabs, there was only 2 tabs bent over, and just hand tighten that up and left a little tiny bit of play in it, but not a lot. And then I bent the tabs back over, so now that can't come undone. So that's that done. Now we can get on with putting it back together. So that over the other side there it's all shine and clean and shiny, shine and briny even. So now it's time give this a little bit of our magic goop. It's going to hold the gasket on while I slide this around as well, because it's a bit of a mission to get these on. We've got to push it up and then slide it and fart around, so you know, this will stick the gasket on. We hope. That's it. I might put a little bit more goop on top of that as well. Next thing is to get it over to the tractor and try and offer it up underneath, which is a bit of a prick. So it's a really tight fit, and yeah, a bit awkward. Gov. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but let's try and get this in. Try and get this back in. So it's very awkward. Let's see if we can't get a bolt in. We're going to have to do laying down underneath here to get this in. Right, that's two in. Yeah, they're a very tight fit on the housing in front. Anyway, I shall get all these bolts in and come back. Right, they're all just nipped, and then we'll just finish them off with our ratchet. Right, that's that. That's that back on. And what we'll do while I'm here is I have got a new O-ring, a new fibre washer for this sump plug here, so we might as well get rid of that old piece of poo. We'll put a new one on before I forget. So there's our new washer there, and that's the Spare X part number S61323. So always a good idea to change them. I'm not going to put that back in yet because that hole gives me a little bit of a visual on this valve, so when I put that yoke on, so I'll leave that off. Next thing to do is prep the top plate, so we'll do that. This gasket's just going to get a bit of grease on it because it's at the top, and the chances of it leaking are pretty small. There is obviously hydraulic pressure on it up through there, but now the tricky bit with this is going to be getting that little fork over our control valve again. But again, not done it before. Looks like a prick, probably is a prick, but you don't know unless you try, do you? It must be doable because everybody does it. So I've left off the bottom, the drain plug, just so as I can have a look up in there, and obviously the sides are off as well, so I can manipulate it. So I've got to get that yoke back in again, that little aluminium yoke that goes over afterwards. So Right. Let's see how we get on with this. Probably in the way now, but never mind. I'm going to get a bolt ready to pull that gasket in place and then see where are my bolts? They're over the other side there. Well, that's nearly on actually. You know what, I might get that with a pair of long nose pliers from that hole underneath and see if I can manipulate that in. So I'll quickly do that, then we'll come back. I found the best way to put that pin in is through the hole for the drain. So with a pair of long nose pliers and a screwdriver you can manipulate it and pop it in. So that's in. The next thing, which is going to be a real prick, is this little horseshoe piece, which just here, this little sod here, which has got to go down between the fork, and then somehow we've got to get these little bolts in to hold it. So let's see if we can get that in. So there's our first bolt in. It was an absolute prick, as I thought it would be. It's not tight yet, but that's that one. I'm just going to do the other side, then I'm going to tighten them both up. And then I can bolt this top plate down properly, but I won't do that until I've got these both in. They're both on and tight, and our valve's moving, so that's good. So I'll chuck the rest of these bolts in and rattle these up. Then I can put the control arm back on, but I am going to strip that down and just leave part of it in there because I want to paint it when it's apart, just to make it look a bit nicer. Anyway, to get the rest of these bolts in, let's finish it off. Right, that's that. Bloody marvellous. I can put a sump plug in now. lift that up. There we go. Now I'm just going to give those other parts a quick clean up before they go on as well. So I'll get to that. Right, so here's our bits and bobs. I'll just get me a new friction pad, and look at that. That's quite a bit different from what came out of it. There was pretty much nothing. So that goes on there like that. Get on there, you bastard, like that. And then we've got a little wood rough key there, so I'll go back in. I'm going to drift that down with it so I don't damage the aluminium. Wood rough keys back in, but yeah, I'll just find something to pump that down with. Probably a socket. So on here you've got a plain washer and a spring washer, and all we do is we do that up to, we'll probably do it once it's on the tractor, but that'll be done up just to put a little bit of tension on that pad, not too much. And then we've got a split pin to go through. There's a split pin hole. It's right there, that'll probably do. See? So, that can now go back on the tractor. So I'll go and stick that on. So it's got adjustment so we can slide it backwards and forwards, but we'll have to do that afterwards. So I've got a gasket on. I'm just going to nip these, and then we'll put the lever on just for a minute and just see where it wants to be so it's working nice and nice. Nice to get this all sealed back up again, so no cracks again there. A couple more bits to clean up and put back on, but we're nearly there. So this, what have I got to do? Pull the brakes off, give them all a clean up, see what they're like, see if the brake shoes are salvageable or if we need to put new ones in. Sandblast them brake drums, I suppose, on the outside. And then this thing can be degreased. It's got greasy fingerprints all over it again from where I've been working on it, and be nearly ready to go in the spray booth. It'll be the first thing. But I'm not going to tighten them right up yet because I want to slide it back with the forwards. Back them off a touch. Yeah, so let's move about all that is. So if I get the lever, wherever I do with that, the lever's over here. I'll grab that. I do need to do a bit of work on the lead because someone's had to go up welding it back together. Doesn't look very pretty, so we'll redo that. But yeah, do just to try this, I suppose. Don't you know? Sound like a fighting armchair. Let's just nip that up. Right. That is working beautifully, that is. So if we go all the way forward, we'll probably come back a bit. Attach. Right now, so I was just going to lift it up just there. We can do a fine adjustment once it's running. Make sure everything goes up and down. Right, that'll do. Okay. So that's nice. So next bit, put these two side covers back on after I've cleaned them. And then that's that gearbox sealed up pretty much, apart from the PTO shaft, which I've got to have a look at the seal, so we'll do that. Cool bananas. Right, so I've put that first cover on, which is for our PTO engage and disengage. That's all lined up and done. I missed putting it on because I ran out of electricity on the camera. Now I'm going to go to the other side. Actually no, I'm not. I'm going to go to there because I've just borrowed from my brother some O-ring material. So what I'm going to do is make these O-rings to seal that shaft at the end. So I shall quickly do those. A bit of O-ring that is the right size. I'm just going to cut this. Cut it. Like that. Then I'll super glue that together and stretch it over, and I'll go on there. And while I'm here, I'll do exactly the same for the other side. Might as well just do, it's going to be the same length, isn't it? Need another pair of hands. There we go. So that must be two O-rings. I shall go and get my super glue and glue those buggers together. So we'll just glue this one. Hopefully I ain't stuck my fingers together. No, I haven't. Well, that's one. Go on there. It fits very lovely, that does. And here's the other one. Here's our other one. They go on there like that. Marvellous. Now I've sacrificed one of the knuckles, or I'm going to sacrifice both the knuckles because the pins are so seized, so I've stripped the one off of there. I've given this a bit of a clean. So now I'm probably going to have to knock it on, so I have to knock it off. So I'll get that in the right place. I think I'll put a bit of copper grease on there first to help it. my other bolts for the other plate. So let's get me copper slip. Get it all over there like that. Hopefully that'll stop it from seizing on again if someone does put it outside, and it won't go rusty, will it, Gav? So before I paint this, I'm going to have to give it a very good degrease because I'm putting oil and grease everywhere. But never mind. Such as lash in there. Right, now where's me bangometer? Got to go and find me copper bangometer and get that master spline lined up. Wherever it is. Just there. Now, get me copper hammer. Someone's moved it. Might have been me, actually. I'm probably going to get in the way, sorry about that. There she goes. Well, that's that first one on. Very nice. I can put in put the bolts back in, and that on the end. I've put a bit of copper slip on these as well, I think. Bit of copper grease on the end of that plate. Now I don't want to do them too tight, but I'll just rattle those on. I'll leave it like that for a minute, because you can adjust the tension on them, but that's really nice with the O-ring in there. That's working a treat. So now I'm going to go and annihilate the other knuckle for the other one and give that a clean up. Then that can go on, and I'll stick this other plate back on with the oil dipstick, which is all nice and clean now, which is just there. It's been in our bead blaster. It looks much more lovely, doesn't it? So I think there should be a O-ring in the top of there as well. Anyway, I'll sort that out later. But this is nearly sealed up. That's looking very, very good indeed. That's all working. So that's marvellous. Right, I'm going to get a bit medieval that other side then. So if you're on the same boat as me, where you pulled off that's the back of the tractor where the spring attaches to for levelling, and mine was all seized up solid, so to get it out I had to marmalise the pin. Haven't heard that word for a while, have you? Marmalise. Who was that? Ken Dodd and Diddy Men. There you go. Anyway, so I had to marmalise that and brutalise it to get it out, and I'm left with a load of bits. But I've tried to get one of these. They are available, but they're about a month and a bit away, and I really want to get on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this back together, because we can, because it's cast steel. So I'm just going to grind it a bit of an angle on each bit, like a bit of a chamfer, so we get a bit of penetration, and I can weld all this back together. The bush that was in it was buggered. Luckily I had a piece of material the right size, so I've made a new bush. Look at that, there you go. So there's my new bush. I've already bought a new pin, but yeah, to save me hanging around, because I'm an impatient bastard, I'm going to glue this back together. Well, I say glue, weld it anyway. But first I've got to prep all the edges to make it so as I can weld it and get penetration so it doesn't fall apart when I do it, which I should do now with an angle grinder. So I'm just going to piece it together a little bit at a time. That's one side. I'm just going to tack that all together and get it straight. First we've got to get good earth, haven't we? Not very good earth there. Be something to do with all the paint on it. Someone's been painting, hasn't they? Might have been me. Let's try again. So I'm just put a couple of tacks on it, then I can straighten it up. Perfect, you bastard. That's not too bad, that. Maybe need a little tiny bit of adjustment. Not a lot. Find the old, oh this right there, look, use that one. Stop looking. Leaking gas, can't be wasting the organ. So I've got all that back together. It's got together pretty nice, just got to clean up some of the welds and whatever, make sure there's nothing going to interfere with the way it works, but yeah, it's pretty good with a bit of dressing and a bit of primer. It's as good as new. I don't think it's going to fall apart, so I can crack on with the tractor, which is good news, isn't it? I'm going to go and clean that all up. And there's our part back on the tractor, all back together. I primed it before I put it on. I'm going to take these pins back out again before it gets painted, but it's on there and it's nice and firm, look. Not all rattly like it was because the bushes were all poked, and now these pins do come out, but you have to just tap them out. They're a nice fit. But that's that, all done. So here's another arm, all nice and cleaned up. So I'll do the same with that, bit of copper slip, and then that one can be bolted on, then I can adjust them a little bit. Like I bought one, wasn't it? Marvellous. So, bit in there, bit in there. Might as well put a bit on there as well. Here we go. Right. Now, pull up that master spline, which is just there somewhere. And I'll have to bang it on again, haven't I? Here we go. So I'll get our other plate. I've already greased the end so that can go straight on there like that. So that's a wee bit too tight, Gov. So we'll just back him off a bit. Well, I think that's all right like that. So I shall bend those tabs over there. Yep, we are happy with that. So that's that on. So next bit is just down there, that last cap to go on, and that's sealed up again, which is marvellous. Then I've got to get the oil seal out of the PTO shaft. But anyway, I might leave the PTO shaft for another video because I haven't got the seal. I've ordered it and it's not here. But pretty much this is this wrapped up. Once I've got this cover on, that's the hydraulics and the lift mechanism. So that's how I do that anyway. There might be an easier way. You can comment if you like and let me know if you've got a better way of doing it, because I've got a few more to do. So yeah, comment away, Gov. There you go, last little plate. And I shall finish it off with a ratchet, but that is pretty much done, burger. Here we go. Dipstick back on. Get the excess of that crap off. Another step closer to get it in a spray booth. Here you go. So that is from start to finish, reassembling the hydraulics and a little bit of an overhaul. Nothing too serious, but just new gaskets and bits and bobs and clean. Hope you enjoyed that. Any comments, as I say, let me know if there's anything I can do better. Yeah, this is going to be a quick one hopefully. So this is how to change the oil seal on your PTO shaft. I've given it a clean already. What you've got in there, you've got a little C-clip right in the end. You've got to get that out. And the best way to get it out is with a pair of circlip pliers, although I'm not holding out much hope for these. These are a bit too little, but we'll see if we can get it off. You never know. I might have to grind the ends of these up. Yeah, I'm just going to go and grind the end of these up because they're a little bit past it, so I'm going to sacrifice them. So I've just modified my circlip pliers to that. I've squared them off. That should work a lot better in here now. Get this little sucker out. It's on its way out now. You pull that little sucker off. Like that. I don't think it matters which way it goes round. On circlips they have with holes in. The holes are normally tapered, so you have to make sure you get the taper. So when you put your circlip pliers in, it tries to hold them in. But that's just a C-clip, just a straight clip. Look. We'll chuck that down there, and then by rights that should slide off now, but I'll just go get my copper mallet and give it a little bit of a tap. So now that little clip's off there, we could take this over to press, and hopefully we should be able to press that shaft out by holding that, and that should press it out through the bearing. There is another clip in the back, but we've got no hopes of getting out because it's got no tabs on it. Well, you could probably push a screwdriver down through that hole there and push the clip off, but we should be able to just push this out. So I'm going to chuck this in the old press. Okay, so that pushed off all nice and nice on my press. That was definitely a good buy, that press. So there's our shaft, and there's our old seal. Right there. Now what we do need to do is pull out this circlip. Oh, unless that there's another bush in there. So a quick look at this. Sorry about the rain again. So there's a little hole in the outside of the casing there, and what I've done is I've pushed the join of the clip all the way around to that hole, and then I've just banged the screwdriver in, and the screwdriver's gone behind there. Now I should be able to prise that all the way out, and then that bearing will pop out as well. So I should quickly do that if I get another screwdriver. Don't let it go ping and lose it. There you go, there's that one. There is a position for you can kind of grab it with a screwdriver, but it's a pain. So I find the best way is to punch it out through that hole. should come out like that. It's nearly out. I'm just going to just assist it the rest of the way. I need to put it over a bit of tube or something, don't I? So I'm going to find a bit of tube to put it over so I can push it out. So there's our bearing out. There's the sleeve that the seal runs on, so the new seal is going to run on there as well. Like that. And there's the old seal, which is an old leather one. So that's guaranteed to leak, isn't it? Now to get that out, we've now got to get another circlip out. And it's the same thing, apart from there's no hole to make it easy. So I'm going to have to try and grab it with a screwdriver and flick it out again. Probably be easier with two people, want to get the screwdriver underneath the other one. Actually, I'll use my other pair of hands. I'll use my vice just to get this started. So to get that one out, I'll put that in the vice because I could leave it and bugger around with it. Just got the screwdriver in there, flicked that over and then just worked it out. So anyway, that's out. So I'll make sure I don't get them mixed up, but they should be the same. And then this horrible old seal should be able to be knocked out. Let's see if we can get the move. I believe we can, Gov. I believe we can. So there is your old seal out, the old leather dunger. Looks like it's got a bit of rubber right at the edge there, but yeah, pretty much leather or felt or some shit. Anyway, that's out. So I'm going to just go and degrease this case now the rest of the way, and then I can put a new seal in. So there's a nice new seal. What I'm going to do before I put it in, I'm going to grease. Put a little greaser on the outside of it. And then we'll stick him in. Got going a bit more yet, but it's on its way. What I will do is I shall put that back in again. And that dictates how far the seal goes down. Actually, looking at it, I probably could have knocked it the other way as well, the way it's going in, but believe that is in, Gov. Right. Just knock him down a bit more. Very nearly there, that is. Very nearly, Gov. Maybe next time I do one is I might use my press. Anyway, I should put this all the way down and I'll put the rest of the bits back in. Okay, so that new seal's all the way home on that clip in there. Now we can put the bearing back in. We'll put a little bit of grease around it, a little bugger and all, before he goes in. Get him in. Right, that's that. And then this little sleeve here has got to go back in. There's a few wear marks on it where the old seal was running, so I'm going to turn it around the other way, so it runs on a new piece. I'm going to give it a good old grease up in there. This thing back in. Now we can push that bearing home the rest of the way. Like that. And put that other clip back in. Like that. Make sure it's all the way home, which it is, which is lovely. So that's that part done again. Now we've got to do chuck the shaft back through, bit of grease, like that. Might have to press it back through, but that's alright because I've got press. It may go on with a tack. That we go and press him on. It's going to be the way to go, isn't it? So all I've got to do now, press that on, put the circlip on, gasket on the back, and that can go back in a tractor. Then that's that gearbox sealed up. So that's all pushed back together. It does take a press to push it back on again. If you haven't got a press, I'd suggest you make friends with someone who has got one, because you will need one. I mean, you can clout it, but it's not going to do a lot of favours. Anyway, that's back on. Nice new seal in there, clips are all back on. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to chuck a bit of lube on the back of there, put the gasket on, and I can go and stick it on the tractor. And that's that all sealed up. So there's our gasket on. I'm just going to put a little bit less around here again. Don't want it to leak. Hate leaky tractors. Oh no, the paintbrush has fallen off, Gov. There we go. Any excess I can wipe off after. Anyway, that now ready to go in. Let's put that back together like that. Let's get some more of this. It's good stuff, that is. Right, as I say, that's now ready to go back on our tractor. I should take it over and put it on. I'm just going to put this back in its hole in. and I don't know, there's a hole under there like a drain. I've just stuck that to the bottom. There we go. Now I did see on one of the Fergie pages that someone had done an oil seal on one of these and rings it was leaking worse after he'd done it than when he started. So I don't know how you balls it up, but I guess you must have damaged the seal. Well, I'm just going to finish that off by hand, and then that's done. I can put his cap on. And that, as they say, governor, is that. So I can now, with my hand on my heart, say that I've done my best to this tractor so far, lick-wise, from front to back. Last thing I've got to do on this seal-wise is the 2 half-shaft seals, which I've got in a kit. So I shall pull all the back plates off, give them a good clean up, do the brakes, change those seals as well. So that'll be every seal that's been changed on this tractor. So hopefully, whoever buys it will have a nice leak-free tractor. There we go. I did go to the trouble of buying a new cap as well because this didn't have a cap on it. There's a nice new cap. It just screws on like that. And then I shall nip it up with a spanner later, but there we go. That's how you do that bit then. I hope it's been of some help to some of you. It may not have been, but at least, all that crap off there. At least you have a better idea, innit? Right, in this video, I'm going to be doing the seals on the half shafts, both sides. First thing we've got to do is pull the brake drums off. Now there's an easy way to do this, or there's a hard way. Someone's tried to do it the hard way before and they've chipped a few bits off the edge. I'll show you the easy way. You will need a big screwdriver, 11/16 spanner, a 5/8 socket, a couple of 3/8 UNC bolts. These are all over the tractor. You can take them off all these cases here and use them, but I've got a load of spare ones I bought for when I was doing the cylinder, the liner replacement on the block. So I've got some left over. Anyway, that's what we're going to tackle. So hopefully by the end of today, I'll have these all off, the seals changed. I'll probably sandblast all of the drums and the back plates and get them ready for a bit of primer, clean up the brake shoes, see what they're like, etc, etc. And this is how we start it. So the first thing to do is have a cup of tea. Right, so the first thing to do is back off the brakes. So the adjuster is at the back of the drum. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. So you turn it anti-clockwise, you can back the shoes off, and then there you go, that now spins. So that's now loose. Next thing is a screwdriver. And there's normally 2 screws on here. This has only got 1, obviously the other one's been lost. I have got 2 brand new ones to put in when I put it back together. Obviously I want to keep these because there's nothing wrong with them, just need a clean. So there's our screws in the pot. Now, the previous owner of this tractor, or along its life somewhere, on the other side had tried to bash or lever the brake drum off. There is an easier way. Let's just get a WD-40 and just chuck it in them threads there. So there's 2 3/8 UNC threads in there, and then bolts go in there like that. A little bit dirty, but should still work. And then all you do is you pull the drum off. Use that to just a little bit of time go, and the drum will just come straight off, no problems. Look at that. I don't know how long it's been on there for, and last time it was looked at, but that's how you get it off without smashing it to bits. And as I say, these bolts you can just use, take a couple out off the tractor or just buy some. I've bought some because I'm doing a few of these little tractors at a time, so that's that. So that is now loose as a goose go. Be interested to see what it's like inside here. Probably filthy. There we go. That one doesn't actually look too bad. The adjusters look a bit pony. Yeah, I'll give him a good old lube up. Sorry about the noise outside, there's a lot of retards out there running around. Can't do anything about that. Anyway, that's this side off, the other side's exactly the same obviously. Next job to do, pull the brake shoes all apart, and I'll put them in my parts washer and then give them a little bit of a blast, I think. And then we'll see how much meat's on the shoes as opposed to a new set. Determine whether we're going to put new ones or just clean these up and put them back. Anyway, that's that first bit done. So the other side's exactly the same, so I won't even bother videoing that. The next thing you're going to need is a 1/2 inch socket to take these two nuts that hold the shoes against the adjuster there and stop the shoes floating around in here. So they come off. Come on you bugger, give me the socket back. Got to punch that nut out, otherwise I can't use it for the other bit, can I? 2 seconds, Gov. Right, got that little bugger off. Nice catch room. Quite rusty. But remarkably, the threads aren't rusty. So the last tractor I did, the threads were so rusty they snapped off and I had to remake them. These have come off nice, so that's good. That's those off, now those shoes are floating. Next thing is get the springs off, and then we pull the shoes off out of the way. And I should give this a bit of a blow off, it's very, very grubby in there. Very grubby indeed. Anyway, let's pull these springs off. So this first spring's really easy, it's a nice light spring, so that comes off a piece of wee. However, the next two, big fat buggers, and they're more of a prick. So we may use a screwdriver and ping them off. Like that. That one don't want to ping. I might buy new springs, I'm not sure what these are going to be. It might pin now. Come on, you bastard. Here we go. Pin. That looks a bit seized as well, don't it? There's actually quite a lot of meat on these shoes, so I'll probably just clean them up and put them back in, I don't know. We'll see. So you can buy new brake linings, but you have to rivet them on. And I have got a set if I do need them. So we'll wait and see about that anyway. So that's that all off. I'm going to give it a little bit of a clean out because it's a bit filthy. And then we'll look at getting the back plate off. And I do need to remove this this bar here. So I'm going to have to take all that linkage off as well, both sides, which also needs a clean up. Right, and there's a nice little adjuster. Now what sometimes happens on these is if these are loose, these bolts here, the brake shoes can flop around and this jumps and it will just wear big gouges out of this and it won't work anymore. Fortunately this one's good, and so's the other side, but they do need a bloody good clean because they're a bit grotty. That's good. So far, I'm a happy bunny. So far. So I've just pulled off the brake pedal on this side. You can see that. So I've pulled that one off. It actually came off really easy, which I'm quite surprised. Someone's modified it back in the day, and they put like a handbrake on it, hand lever. I'm not going to put that back on. I'm just going to have the foot brake. So yeah, that came off very, very easy, which is surprising. And I do need to free it off a bit though. I think it's a little bit tight in here, but I shall take this all apart, give it a bloody good clean and a grease up when it goes back on. Now this allows this to come out of here. There's a spring on there. I'll have to take that key out. Wait. Just give him a little nudge. Just going to get a punch that key out, then that spring will come off and the washer, then that slides out and that can be cleaned up. Right, that's all the brake linkage off now. That can all go in the sandblaster and degreaser. That's all those bits, brake shoes off. I should pull this back plate off next, so that's 6 bolts around the back, and they should be that size, 11/16. So I'll whizzle those out, and then this half shaft should, being the operative word, come out. I've had these all soaking as well in a bit of penetrating oil because I thought they might be tight, but either the penetrating oils worked wonders or they were okay. Anyway. Ooh. Most of them come out with the studs. That one actually nut come off, that's good. So anyway, I'll get this off and then we come back. So, get a little bit of residual oil, but just get a few taps. That is coming off. So now, she's free. Now, let's pull this half shaft out. She's a grunty old bugger, isn't it? That's for sure. And this is going to obviously make sure we get all the old crap out of this gearbox as well. Every last drop of old sludge will be out, which is nice. Right. And there we go. There's our half shaft. She's big. She's very big. There are some shims on the back of here. I think that's how they must adjust the wheel bearings with shims, but yeah. I shall give this a good bloody clean up and we shall fit the new seal. Quite noisy outside they are. Anyway, I'll pull the rest of this apart and give it a clean. Put in the degreaser. Just going to take the rest of these studs out now as well. Because we are going to put this in the press to split this up. So it is a bloody good idea to buy one if you're playing with these little buggers, isn't it? But again, probably not worth it if you're only doing one. Make a friend. Right. That is right. Once I've got it apart a bit more, I'll put it back in the parts washer and get the rest of that crap off. But anyway, we're nearly there. Next thing is I'm going to set up my press to push this out down that way. Support there. Pull this bearing off, and we should reveal the seal on the other side. Anyway. To the press, Gov. Up in the press, hopefully it's going to hold together, but it's wood. Wood's not the best thing, obviously, but that's what I've got. And I'm just going to put some blocks of wood underneath, so when it does go, it don't just bloody fall on the floor. It should just actually go to there, but just in case, don't want to damage the threads. Anywho, let's get that. See if it's going to go. Just starting to move. That got up to 2000 psi, which apparently, oh, it's under 1 tonne. So, oh no, sorry, 2000 psi, 6 tonnes. Can't be right. Anyway, it's coming out now. Obviously it's going to have to go back in the same way with the press. I'll have to put some more blocks of wood because I've bottomed it out. Anyway, it's going, that's the main thing. Let's get a couple more bits of wood underneath there and that'll come out the rest of the way. But that's how you do that, isn't it? And genitals, that is now apart, so I'll just go and pull it apart on the bench and give it a clean. Used to run, it's a bit minky, not terrible, but I'm just going to give it a little bit of clean up with a bit of 600 emery cloth. Just give it a new seal a better chance of holding back the torrent of oil, won't it? Mate of mine said he can't hear on here, so I bought a microphone thing that goes on your lapel. The trouble is I haven't got any lapel, so I don't know where I'm going to stick it. That's better. Still got a mark where the old seal was running, but it's 100 times better. It's greased now. So now I'm just going to punch out the old seal. That's the old one out. Give that a bloody good clean. Give that a clean and come back. Right, old seal's out and that's all clean. Now you can get a kit. I think the part number's S42078 from Sparix, however bleed you know you say it. But that comes with a new spacer. The oil seal, and I don't know why it comes with that one because I'd be buggered if I know where that goes, but no doubt I'll find out. It's a smaller seal. Anyway, I'm going to put this one back in. Might be raining a little bit. It was beautiful and sunny a minute ago. Give it a minute, it'll be probably snowing. Anyway, here's my new seal. And different to the old one was leather and whatever, so there's our new seal. And again, remember the spring side goes towards the oil like that. It goes on our housing. I'm just going to knock this in. These are a little bit more to go. I've got to find something that diameter to knock that in a bit, but I don't want to damage it. Let's use that old seal, shall we, Gav? But I don't want to get it stuck. No, right, I'm going to go and find something big enough to act against the edge of there so I can push it all the way home. I'll find anything the right diameter, so I'm just being very gentle with this punch. Just do it right on the edge. And that is all the way back home again, Gov. Right, that's good. So that other seal that comes in it is this one, but it doesn't fit on this shaft. I don't know why it's in there. Maybe it's for another tractor or something, I don't know, but yeah, who knows where it goes. Maybe it might even go on the other end, don't know, but I won't be using it. Chuck it in there. Next thing, I'm going to pack that full of grease and whack the bearing back in. That's a bit of blue grease, isn't it? And I've ordered gaskets for this, but they're not here yet, so I might just make some out of me leftovers from me other lot of gaskets that I was playing with. Obviously this runs in oil, but this isn't going to work, is it? Marvellous. Right, put him back in there. Feels like a happy little bearing, that does. And then, as I said, it comes with another new piece, which is that, I don't know why, because there's nothing wrong with the other ones, but this spacer. We'll pop him back in a minute, and then this can go over the shaft, so that goes there like that. Gonna whack a little bit of grease around here as well, where that seal runs. And then where that bearing goes on the shaft and all. Bit of lube. Then we should have to press it back in again. But anyway, that's that bit done. Now all that can go back together. That's our sealing. And that, I wonder if I could tap that down a little bit. It actually feels like that's home. Just give it another little tap. I do believe that's home, Gov. Yes. There we go. So what I'm going to do now is make a couple of gaskets. So I've got the shim that goes on the back side of the plate. I'm going to use that as a template on these offcuts of gasket paper from last time, ain't it? There's one. I'll do the same on this one. And I might leave a shim out as well, because bearing's going to be worn after a few number of years, isn't it? So and I can't find these shims either on the parts list anywhere, but they must be available. There we go. So There's my templates. All I've got to do is chop them out. I'll do that in a sec. Got these gaskets, cut them out. Nice sharp knife. Absolute piece of wee. So no excuse not to put it together, is there really? And I'll find my punch in a sec and do the holes, and then I'll put this side back together. Then I'll do the other side, but I won't film that because it's exactly the same as this. And there's no point sitting through it again, is there? Don't you know what? But rest assured it'll be done. There we go. I'll go and find my little punch and I'll punch those out and then I'll put this together. 2 replacement gaskets. So I'll start putting it back together. I've put all these parts through the old blaster. That's our back plate. So that can now go onto there, and then that can go back on a tractor. And then all this will be painted once it's all together. I'll leave the shoes off and everything. Brake shoes are a bit shit, so I'm going to pull the linings off, which have been replaced in the past, and they've been glued on. So I'm going to peel them off, clean them up, and put my new linings on. And I'm also going to skim the brake drum because it's a little bit pitted. So I've just got to drop the bed out of my lathe, then that drum will go in. Then I can just take a light kiss off of it. Then the drums will be like new as well. Anyway, I'm going to chuck this back on here, and then this can go back on the tractor, and that's one side done. It's even better if you put it around the right way, like that. There you go. So that's that. And then there's some shims to go back on here as well, which I'll grab in a sec. There we go. There's our unit. I'll go and get those 2 shims, and I'm going to put a bit of sealant around them as well, and then pop them on. So all I need to do now with this bearing is push this collar back on to hold it all together. So I've got some bits and bobs I use for that. Big old lump of tube there, and another bit of tube. So go and just press that on, and then we're ready to put the back plate on and chuck it back on a tractor. Using our press. That bit of cloth around here is just to stop any crap planning bearing out of this tube. But yeah, we've got to push it on a fair way yet. So we'll just give it a few. I've got a little block of wood underneath there, so that's the groaning and crunching, but I'm nearly there. I'll keep going. And I'll know when it's right up because the pressure will increase. I think I might be there, Gub. Yeah, you might be there. I do need to get another piece of tube for this because I'm just using exhaust on the other bit and it's a bit weak. But that's all I've got at the minute, so I will get something else a bit more beefier. But that should be back home now. It's taking quite a bit of push on, but it's going on. I know you can do this with oxyacetylene, heat that ring up and drop it on and let it shrink, but I haven't got an oxyacetylene set, so I'm doing it this way. I think on there. It took, how many tons did that take to push on? Was it just under 2,000, about 2,400 psi we were at there, so about 6-7 tons to push it on. But that is now on all the way. Again, my little bit of rag has protected our bearing from all the crap. Now that it should be in the right place. It's only raining again. How unusual. Yeah. Anyway, next thing is to slide this all back in. Now make sure we get our plate in the right place so that adjuster's got to be at the back. That's located again. It feels bloody lovely. What I've got to do now is put the nuts and washers back on, and we're there. That side all totally nipped up and done. Obviously I've got to do the brakes and whatever, but that'll be in another video. So that's the way I do the half shaft seal and bearing. This bearing was fine, so I didn't replace it. Had a couple of little kind of stains on it where it had been sitting in like swamp water or something, but it was actually fine once I cleaned up a little bit, wet and dry, a bit of emery cloth, all the marks went, so that's nice and it feels lovely and shouldn't leak. So this is going to be skimming the brake drums. You don't have to do this, you can just buy new ones if you're rich, but I'm not, so I'm just going to clean these up. These are real scabby. Don't want to take too much off. It's pretty close. You're never going to get 100% because it's old and rusty, but and I've got it going slow because you don't want something like that going a million miles an hour, because if it comes off it's going to do some damage. But I'm just going to give them a quick skim up, make them all nice and shiny, and these will be good to go again. I'll just prime the inside of it, mask the brake surface up and prime it. I've already primed the back plates, and then I've got to do the brake shoes, so that'll be in another video. But this one is just about skimming. Just get a brush and have a look. There's our first drum done. Just taking a little bit out of there. The shoes still going. I'm going to reline those shoes so I have a brand new lot of meat on there, so the little tiny bit I've taken out will be fine. Anyway, that's all nice now. That drum is a good one. So while I've got the gap bed out of the lathe, because this is a gap bed lathe by the way, so you can drop a bit of the bed out to get big stuff in there, which I have anyway. So while I've got it out, I'll quickly do the other rim. I won't video that because you've already seen that one, haven't you? And do the other drum, and then they're ready to go and be painted as well, isn't it? So there you go. Skim your brake drums as well, can't you? Save yourself a few $100. Right, in this short video, I'm going to show you how to remove your old brake shoes. Although these are different to normal, what normally would be is just rivets, but this has been done somewhere in its lifetime, and I've had shoes bonded on. Not very well looking at it because part of that one's missing. It fell off when I was sandblasting. But anyway, we're going to remove them, and then you can buy just the linings from Spearix. There's the number there. Basically it comes with 4 new linings. They're a bit delicate when they're not on, so be careful with them. They've got all the holes pre-drilled, and you get a little bag of rivets to rivet them on. But first you've got to remove the old crap. Now these were done pretty poorly by someone way back, because I've even left the old rivets in there as well, not even bothered to get them out. So I'm going to get this off. It's the first job. So what you'd normally use is obviously a drill, and you drill these little rivets out, but because this is bonded on, I've got to resort to a nice sharp chisel. So let's see if this little bugger better move my T. Don't want to get any brake linings in there, eh? It's coming off all right though. And probably won't want to breathe any of that in either. Chances are that would have been a bit of nasty stuff in there, but they are coming off very easy. I didn't really use too much glue on there either, it's only just down the middle. Anyway, I'll get the rest of that off and then I shall go and show you how to clean them up. I'm just going to clean these holes out. I've got a bit of glue in them, just so as the rivets will go through. And that one still had a rivet in it, didn't it? Could probably just punch the rivets through there, but yeah, easier if there's nice clean holes, isn't it? Right, so they're all ready to rock and roll now. There you go. Next thing will be setting up to get the linings on, so I'll show you how to do that. Now the rivets that come are obviously all metric now, and the old ones were imperial, so you do have to drill it out to 5mm. So I've got a 5mm drill bit there. I'm just cleaning out the holes a little bit. Not a huge amount, but those rivets won't go through. But now they will. Next thing is to give them a coat of primer and a coat of black paint so they look all pretty. So we're going to do that. So here you go, this is a coat of primer and a coat of black paint. It's not 100% solid dry, but it's dry enough for me to put the pads on now. So the next thing is move the camera so you can see what I'm doing. So we'll go down here, I think. Stick our brake shoe on there. A bit windy outside. And then we just do one rivet. Right, so I've got one rivet in, right, just sitting there. I've got a nice big centre punch, and I'm using the shank of a drill. So I'll just move that over here, like that. The idea is to put the rivet and be interrupted by. Right, so one rivet is in its hole. Then we're going to pop that on there like that. This is where you need to evolve and have an extra pair of hands really, and I still haven't even done that, which is a pain in the arse, but if you're a bit ambidextrous you can do it. And then we just want to punch that down. That's our first one in, like that. So there you go. Now we've got to do the same with all the others. So I'll do one more and then I'll do it, and then I'll come back and show you what it's like finished. As I say, you could do with an extra hand. If you work near a nuclear power station, you might even have one. That's pretty much all you need to do, is just deform those rivets enough to hold in, and that's it. So do that another 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 more times, and our brake shoe is together with its new friction material. Be like a brand new one, look. So there you go, there's our first shoe done. All the rivets punched over, and there's absolutely no specialist tools required at all, apart from common sense. If you haven't got any of that, you're pretty buggered anyway. Well, there you go. That's how you do your brake linings, repaired. So I've got another 3 to do, and then they can go on the tractor, but that's pretty much that. Simple job, pretty cheap, and as I say, the parts are all available. And just to go tell you the part number again, it's S4163, and you can fix up your old brake shoes as long as they're not rotted away. They're all good to go. There's nothing really that can go wrong. There you go. I have made a little tool, so I've just got a bit of steel and I've just put a drill in the end just to give it a start, and that does peen them over really nicely. So you chuck them in there, just give them a donk and it brings everything real tight. So just going to do that on them all. So that is tight as tight now. Everything's all the way down. So yeah, just a bit of steel with a drill start in it, and it domes them over lovely. There you go. 2 refurb brake shoes. So in this video I'm just going to quickly show you how to deal with these brake arms. So these are the rods that the brake pedal goes onto, and that twists and that cam opens the brake shoes up to act against the drum. But after 70 plus years of active service, they're worn as Ferg, so there's a big step on the end of them. Bushes look pretty reasonable, and I don't even know if you can get the bushes, but I can do something about this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build this back up with weld and stick it in a lathe and then machine it nice again, so there's a nice snug fit in there, so it'll be like new again. So they're both pretty poked, both exactly the same, worn to buggery. So that's what I'm going to do quickly on there, and that's pretty much the back end of the tractor can be assembled for paint. I've primed the back plates and the hubs etc. on both sides. One side had brand new bearings in it because it looks like that obviously they get water in the gearbox because they're left outside, and it must have had a flat tyre and the water was laying in the right hand side wheel bearing, and that was pretty knackered, so I've replaced that one. The other side was okay, so I've just put it back. So anyway, once this is done I can prime these, assemble the brakes, and this can is another like step closer to going and being painted. So I'm going to crack on with these. So I'm just going to build up with a little bit of welding in it. That's that one. I'll come back after I've done the next one, won't I? Oops. So now they're both built up again where they were worn out. I'll go and flick them in the lathe and spin them up and get them to the same size as the original bar. I don't want to go any bigger because I've got to slide the rest of the mechanism over, but that's as good as it's going to get for those. So I shall go and do that. So that's them both built up again. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for that. I'll just prime those and I can put those back in the casings, and then we can assemble the brakes and put the hubs back on. Then I can crack on with a few more bits on this, clean it up, get it in the paint booth. Now I've just been putting these brakes together. I'll just zoom in on that for you. So there's our nice new shiny shoes. Everything's copper slipped all around everything that's going to move. I haven't tightened these up yet, I've got to do that. I just want to show you a quick trick. So these springs are an absolute arse to get on and off, but what I've done is I've made myself a little gadget. Look. So there's a bit of welding wire and a bolt, a nice bit of tape around there so I protect my delicate little hands. All you do is get your spring in place, put that on your spring there, like that. Move the crack out on the floor and just pull it out like that. Then pop him over like that. And there you go. Easy as. That was good, the other one. There you go, look at that. Much easier than the way I got them off anyway. So, handy little thing to have in your toolbox, just knock it up yourself. Now what I've got to do on this side is tension up those two nuts there, which hold the shoes back, and then that drum can go on pretty much, and then it's on the other side. So one more thing, while you're monkeying around with your brake shoes, is you've got these bolts here that adjust your brakes and hold them against the back plate. But on the back there's also two bolts and nuts which hold the shoe square. The old brake shoes on this had worn at an angle, so the shoes had been pulled in towards the back plate and they were only running on this edge, so they were poked. One side looked alright, the other side looked knackered. So it's important to get those in and nip back up again so the shoes are running nice and square. And then you want to pinch these so they just still move like that. You don't want them very sloppy, don't want any movement, but that's perfect. So now I'll put a drum on. So here's my drum. I have painted the inside as well, so it's all nice and shiny. So when this goes together, it'll be nice inside that drum as it is outside. Now we'll just pop this on, locate our two bolt holes there. Might have to give it a tap with me mallet. A lovely tight fit on there because it's painted, but anyway, that's on. Just got to put the screws in and then I can adjust that. And what you have to do is jump on the brakes a few times to centre the shoes up, but it's all good in the hood at the minute, isn't it? Just while we're here, this is why I went to all of the effort to redo the end of this. This is our brake shaft that actuates the brake, so push your brake lever down. But before it was moving all over the place, now it's nice and snug, look. So when we put our brakes back on, we got brakes. This was all seized up, so these used to go on and stay on, so now that's all good. So once this is all painted and finished off, it'll be lovely. Now I'm going to do the other side again. I won't bother recording that because you've seen through this side. Brake shoes are easy to put on, it's pretty self-explanatory. If anyone does need any hints and tips, just drop me a message or a comment and I can help you nut it out, but yeah, pretty simple job. So this one's all good, all nice and adjusted, well nearly adjusted. I'll wait till I've got it on the ground till I finish it off, but yeah, it's coming along very nicely. All of my pivot points are now free as, so the other one on the front that goes through the bell housing, that was seized solid, so that's been out, cleaned, all greased, so when I put the other side together, she'll all be mint as. Right, we're back on the tractor again. Had a few days off, had a bit of a, lost my dad yesterday, unfortunately. He's been living with me for quite a long while. Popped his clogs yesterday, poor old bugger. Anyway, keep me busy, I'm going to come and play with the tractor again. So I'm going to do the valve clearances so as I can get the top of this back on. I have been cleaning and painting a few bits, so I've bead blasted and primed, and I've painted the inside of the rocker cover so it goes on. It'll be lovely. Got to give it a little bit of a clean again because it's got a little bit of surface rust here and there, but I'll do that in a minute. But yeah, we just want to get these valve clearances done so as we can start putting this engine, or getting it all sealed up, so as I can paint it. So we'll start off with the rocker gear. I've bolted it on. I'm just doing the valve clearances. I've just done number one. So number one, our inlet is 10 and our exhaust is 12. Or the other way round. No, that's right, yeah. 12 exhaust, 10 inlet. Anyway, that's one. And because the firing order is 1, 3, 4, 2, I'm going to next do number 3, which is that one there. So I've loosened them all off. I'm just going to get that up to TDC where these are rocking, and I shall get that next one done. So we'll just flick him round a bit, and we can see when the valves come up. Nearly there. It feels about it there, roughly. Yeah, so that's TDC on number 3, and I can adjust these valves in it. So what we got, exhaust and inlet, and there's 10. She's a bit tight at the minute. Feels lovely. Of course, these are all different because I have obviously machined all of the valve seats and all of the valves, so they would have been totally different to what it was when I first did it. But yeah, that's that one nice. And then get that one all nice and nice. Feels pretty good there. Easy job to do if you've got the gear. Just a set of feeler gauges. Funny enough, I didn't have a set of feeler gauges, I'd lost them, so my brother bought me a set, which was very nice. There you go. Lovely and jubbly. Anyway, I'm going to go through the rest of these, get these on, then we can put the cork gasket on and pop the rocker cover back on it. Another step closer, then I can put the thermostat housing on, oil filter housing, oil filler, all that sort of stuff. Mask a few bits up, and then I'm going to go over this whole thing again with a rotary wire brush, or just to make sure it's all the way back, and then pop it in the old spray booth. So there's all the tappets done, which is nice. Next thing, we'll just give that final blow off, and then I'll put a bit of grease on there. I'll find the rocker cover gasket, the cork gasket, and that rocker cover can go on. That's another step closer. I shall get the gasket. This is a nice new cork gasket. So I was going to whack a little bit of grease on that mating surface around there. I can wipe it off after when I'm on the outside once I'm painting, because paint don't stick very well to grease, you know. But this will help this. I've got to stop this sticking so much. Let it come off again if anyone needs to take this off. Nice splurge. And I'll do the same with the cover as well. And I might have accidentally just bought another tractor, but I'm not sure yet. I've got to confirm. But yeah, there may be another one turning up. I'll have to get a bigger shed, I suppose. So a bit around here on a nice new shiny painted cover, which is I've found the same colour is the Raptor grey, the new Ford Raptor truck. Have nicked our colour again, as I said before. Dodgy buggers. Anyway, never mind. But it does mean that you can buy the paint in 2K, which would be much better. So a bit more hard wearing than the normal paint. Not going to be shy with this grease, eh? You've got to stick it on, Gov. And with these cork gaskets, they can shrink. One of the other ones I did, I had a really old gasket set that come with a tractor. It was like I don't know, it must have been bloody 20, 30 years old or something. And that cork gasket had shrunk. So if you do get that, what you can do is just soak it in some warm water, which I did. Just put it in the bloody sink, and it grew. It grew again a little bit. Still need to grow that other arm. Working on it. Anyway, that's nice and on there, like that. Wants to jump out, doesn't it? One of them studs might be a little bit bented, I think. Just going to make sure it's going to sit nice through there. I don't want to lose it underneath, so I might get a little hook and just hook it out a touch before I tighten it up. Right, that's the rocker cover on. Again, I've not done it over tight on these, just pinched it on so it sounds nice when you tap it. Otherwise the gasket will go. So that's that bit done. Next I think I'll sort out the thermostat housing, get that bolted on and put home. Then I've got to rebuild this plate that goes on the back of here. I've got to weld up, which I'll do, and then I'll stick that on. And then we can stick the rest of the ancillaries on, which are all nice and shiny, look. So I've had them in the bead blaster and through the degreaser, and they've come out really nice. So that's got to go, and that's the oil filter housing. And some many other bits and bobs kicking around here. So I'll get some more bits bolted on. So I'm just going to get this thermostat housing on. Bit of goop on there. These are so delicate, these bloody things. They're ridiculously delicate considering that the radiator hangs on it and all the throttle linkage, but they must know what they're doing. So we'll get that on there nice. Now I've got to nick a thermostat housing off, another tractor, because this one's got a bit missing off it, so I won't put that on because that'll be crap, won't it? So I shall steal one off of my keeper for now, and then buy another new one down the track at some stage. I'm quite looking forward to painting this in my booth of the spray, innit? Be the first thing in there, which is nice. I've repaired the cover plate for the back, which had a little wee hole in it, so I've TIG welded that up. So that's now got to be watertight again. So that's my next bit on the back there. And I'm just nicking some nuts and bolts off of a spare engine because some of these, excuse me, were missing. So yeah, I've got that spare engine which came out of an old forklift. I can't tell you how much I got it for. But I think it was good. A very good price. Well worth it. Because I need the exhaust manifold for this, and the inlet. Obviously, it's all one unit, and yeah, various other bits and bobs, which is can go on my tractors, which is nice. That's that on. Right, I mean plate. I've just primed it. I've primed the back of it because yeah, I don't want it to go rusty again. So next thing, I'll wait for that to dry and I'll pop that on. I've got my water pump housing to bolt on. I've just got to find all the bolts, so I'm going to go off and find my bolts. So I found my nice new gasket and all my nuts and bolts. Just going to put a little bit of splodge on there. That'll hold that gasket on, won't it? Lily, that is. And there. Here we go. And again, I've painted the housing while it's off. Why wouldn't you, eh? Why wouldn't you, Gav? There we go. Perfect. Ain't got to worry about that side because no water goes through that bit. Now then, a bit of rag. We get some bolts in a little bugger. And all the bolts are very nice and all rusty as fook. I've just given them a little bit of a wire brush up. They've come out lovely, they have. Here we go, right, I need a 9/16 socket now. We'll nip them buggers up and then I'll come back with the rest of it once it's done. I'll put the water pump on itself and where else have we got to go? Oh, then I'll move to the oily bits. Obviously when you put your water pump on, make sure you've got the little telltale draino underneath like that. So it tells you if the seals are poked. So he goes on there like that. Get on there, you bugger. I'll just get a little tap with the tapometer. Where's my knock-o-meter? That one to do. Marvellous. Now, I'm just going to find the nuts for that. There we go. Right, I need a 9/16 socket now. We'll nip them buggers up and then I'll come back with the rest of it once it's done. I'll put the water pump on itself and So on goes the water pump, and it only goes on one way, so the holes are all different. Starting to look like a tractor again, isn't it? Well, will do. All of this was already off when I bought it, to be fair. All of these bits have been pulled off. There was loads of snap bolts and stuff that I've had to drill out and redo, but such is life with an old tractor, isn't it? There we go. More progress, isn't it? Right, next thing we're going to do is chuck on this thermostat housing. So I'll put a little bit of me sealant around there. We don't want that to leak, do we? Come out, you bugger. Bit of a splodge. I'll just chuck a little bit on there and all. Again, this ain't silicone. No silicone's gone near this at all. Just pop him on there. Now I think these threads are still alright in here. Hope they are. Because it's pretty old. So once this little fella's on, what have we got? Oil filler and the oil filter housing to put on. But I do need to just give that a clean, so I'll do that quick. Actually, no, that's clean. I just got to clean the bowl of it where the filter fits, so I'll do that in a while. But we'll just nip this up with a 13mm spanner, if I can find the bloody thing. Let me go and find that. Found the bugger. I had it over there, didn't I? The reason I had it over there because I've been playing with a dynamo, which I'll probably do a little video on if anyone's got any that aren't working, because they're pretty basic. They're like, it's basically a motor in reverse, isn't it? So the easiest way to test them is stick them on a battery and see if they spin up, and if they do, you sometimes have to kick start them, give them a flick start, but if it runs, that means it should charge. And if you've got charging problems and that does work, that means you've probably got problems somewhere else, like your regulator, which is basically a set of points. I think they work with heat. They get hot, opens, closes to regulate the amount of voltage. But what I will do is put the alternator in the vise, put a battery drill on it, spin it up, and we'll test the voltage that it's kicking out to make sure it is working. But I know it's working because I've had it spinning up as a motor, haven't I? Anywho, I'm just going to go and clean up this oil filter housing and stuff, and then we shall throw that on there. And I do want to polish up part of my oil filler because I bead blasted. It was pretty ropey, it was. Don't know if you can see that. There we go. I want to polish that up again, and then I'm going to try and get some black paint and get it in the, so that'll go in where the writing is for what oil it is, etc. And then clean it off and polish it again. But I'll have a quick go at that as well. Anyway, I'm going to clean up this other bits. So here's our oil filter housing. You can see that I've cleaned it up. And what I might do is mask up that brass plate because I think it looks cool as. So when I paint it, I just paint this bit. Obviously I'm going to mask all the pressure relief side all up and the bottom before that goes on. But yeah, it looks a lot better, doesn't it? And then our filler is, it's a little bit pitted, but that's as good as it's going to get, I reckon. So I'll mask that up so you can still see that. I think that look nice. Anyway, I'm going to put these two little fellas on. I'm going to go and find the gaskets and bits of rummage for nuts and bolts, because this was already stripped down before, or a lot of this was stripped down before I got it. I found a few and cleaned them all up, and I found the gaskets, so I think we'll just start throwing some bits on. I've got to find a couple more bolts. Might have to rob it off of another tractor, but luckily I've got a couple kicking around I can do that on. In fact, there's one outside which is a prime candidate, funny enough, because the engine's poked, so I might go and find the bolt I need off of that and reuse it on this little fella. But so I've got most of them, I think it's just missing one for the oil filler. So I shall go and find one of them in a minute, but I'll just get this on. Now, where are my bolts? There they are. So once I've got this all together, I get my masking tape and mask up these bits I want to keep shiny, and the bits I don't want to keep shiny I won't mask up and they'll just be painted and primed. But I think it'll look nice, don't you know? The distributor I'll probably keep aluminium, because I've cleaned it all up and it's all nice and shiny. But we're nearly there. So once I've got these components on, all I've got to do is mask up the exhaust and inlet holes, put some old spark plugs in it, and give this a degrease and just a clean, get any other loose crap off of it, and then I can finally, eventually, at last, get it in my little spray booth, which would be bloody marvellous, isn't it? Right, I'm going to go and steal a bolt off my other train. So I've got everything on there that I want on there now to paint, before I paint. All I've got to do now is just go over it with a buff disc or something, or just to rough off the rest of the loose stuff. And as soon as that's done, I can mask it, and hopefully in the near future we can fling it in this spray booth and get some colour on this little bad boy, and then I can start assembling the rest of the components. I've got to do the dashboard, I've got to repair that. What else have we got? Many bits to repair still, but to get this bit painted will be a huge achievement in its life, getting it back as it should be. So I'm going to now make noise, so there's no point recording it because it's boring as sanding and grinding and what have you. So I shall turn the camera off and come back next time, and the next time you see this it'll be in a spray booth. So if you want to see that, stay tuned to my channel, innit? Thank you very much. Right, we have a success story with our paint. So I was a bit unsure at first because the new paint I've got from Resine Automotive is very light, like that. But I've just found the air cleaner on the other tractor had some dark grey and light grey on it, and I was unsure which was the original, but I found the original underneath. So the original is this light grey. So that's the colour this tractor's going, but I've got all this bleeding paint lying around which I bought from Spigot. I ain't going to waste it because that'd be stupid. So what I'm going to do is I also bought a tin of nice shiny white from Resine at the same time. So I'm going to transfer my little 1 litre pots into this big tin here. I've just been giving a bit of a mix up on my shaker. Go on, Gil. There we go. So I've just been shaking it up, mixing that up. I've done one. I've done the white. I've got one more to do after this one. And that one's probably done. It's been in there for about 10 minutes. So that one I'd say is done. I'll chuck that one in there. Then we'll give him a shake up. And then I'll try and make the same blend. So I've got my colour match there. So I'll try and make all this paint the same colour as that, just by adding white. And I've got a set of scales here, little cheap set of kitchen scales I bought. So all I do is I'll weigh. I know I've got 3 litres of untouched Massey Ferguson light grey, which is dark grey, to put in there. And then I've just got to suss out how much weight of the white I put in, then I can repeat it, can't I? If I've got any more paint, which I have. Funny enough, underneath here I've got some more grey, implement grey, which I'm pretty sure that is. So I'll have loads of paint to paint my tractor. But probably going to be painting it tomorrow, because I've got to go and watch my daughter's Indian dancing in a minute. She's going to perform on the stage, you know. So I thought I'd just knock this paint up quick, have a little go at that, and then go and watch Indian dancing, won't I? Anyway, I'll let that shake, rattle and roll for a while. Well, that's the colour we started at. Just there. And that is what I've got it to at the minute. It's getting close, but I might need to get myself another pot of white to get it exactly right, but we're pretty close. In fact, if I dip that in there, we may be able to see a bit better. So yeah, another couple of shades I've got to go to get that perfect. But yeah, another tin of white, and I reckon we'll be there, you know. So I'll have another 4 litres of the right paint, or as close as I can get it. And if I can't get it exactly close, what I can do is use that as the first coat and then put the top coat on with the proper colour, and she should be good in the hood. But anyway, I'm pretty happy about that in a minute. But yeah, one more coat and that'd be good in the hood. I'll get rid of all that rubbish. Another thing I've been experimenting with is this is the that's the throttle arm. Now I bought some paint off of AliExpress, which is chrome paint, which I don't know if you can see it, but it comes out really, really good. But the undercoat I used in the paint, I used a gloss black underneath here, but it's just started to pickle up. But before it pickled up, it was like, looked like chrome, you wouldn't know the difference. So that's bloody handy. Little tiny pot of paint like that from AliExpress. I think it was about 70 bucks or something, but I thought I'd give it a crack, just to see, because yeah, if that goes back to chrome and it's paint, then that's going to be mint as, because I can't find one of these, another one. So I'm going to redo this. I'll probably do it in 2K black, prime it, 2K black it, and then go with the chrome paint, and it should take nice. It's got to be gloss black apparently at the undercoat to get the real proper chrome. So I should do that, but I need to buy a litre of 2K black. While I'm there, I'll get another litre of white to add to my brew, but that's going to give me shitloads of paint in it for this tractor and probably another one. So happy days, Gov. So at last, the time has come to throw the top coat on this tractor. So I've just mixed up the paint on my mixer upper there. I've got the technical data sheet of the paint as well, so as we get the mixture right, this basically 10% of thinners is all it is, but it's a good idea if you can get it, just print it off, and it's going to make your life a lot easier when you're squirting paint around, you know. So 10%, I can either weigh it on, suss out what it is on my pot, on my scale there, my cheapy kitchen scale, and I can add, I don't know, my paint, and then add 10% that way by weight, or I can do it with a measure. Now these have all got the measures on the side of them as well, so I can just choose the 10% one on here, which is probably what I'm going to do because it's easier. Anyway, I'm going to knock up the paint, get it ready, then I'm going to get into my spraying equipment, me white suit and a mask, and I've already got it nice and warm in here. I've had the heaters on for about 2 hours, so the tractor is actually warm, and all the bits, I've got a few bits hanging up I'm going to paint at the same time. So I'm going to get on and mix this paint up, and then we'll throw some on the tractor. Right, paint's all mixed up. Now I'm going to get on me gimp suit and get on with it, innit? Well, here you go. That's had 2 coats of Ferguson light grey. It's all shiny and briny, isn't it? That is, what you're looking at there is a brand new 70-year-old tractor. So if anyone wants to buy a brand new 70-year-old tractor, drop me a line, because this one's going to be up for sale soon. It's all together to recoup the money to build the next one. It's not cheap, unfortunately. As I say, this so far, I just bought a radiator. So yeah, this stands me in 10,700, which is a lot of money, but it is a brand new tractor pretty much. Well, you know, more or less. In the scheme of things. And you know what, I don't make them anymore. Well, not here, probably in India they do, but yeah, that's as close as you're going to get to a showroom condition one there. Again, anyone's interested, stick a comment down below. Could be yours. There we go, guys. And then the other bits I've done, just a couple of bits I had all ready to paint. And I've got to prep all the rest of this now. So now this is painted. Once this has gone off, which is going to be about, I don't know, 24 hours, I can pull this tractor back out and get it back in the workshop, and then pull the bits off the other tractors that I'm going to donate to this tractor, and just to get it done quickly. I've got to make a few parts. I've got to make a battery box, other bits and bobs, various bits and bobs, but yeah, I've got most of the gear. I'm robbing the brand new wheels and tyres off of the other tractor to go on this, and the mud guards, and I've got the bonnet, so I've got to do the bonnet. Bonnet's in pretty good condition. I just need to strip the paint off, do a couple of repairs on it, sandblast it, and then give that a coat of paint as well. But yeah, there we go. What do you reckon? Worth it? I don't know. It's to me. I love it. Love doing this stuff. Right, so carrying on with the tractor again, and I'm robbing some parts off of this tractor over here. So I'm taking the wheels because it's got brand new tyres on it. It's got brand new mud guards. But one thing that a lot of people don't do is split the rims to paint them, so they just paint the whole thing like these have, and they look horrible. Now, the reason they probably do that is because the nuts are all seized on. So these nuts, I've got one off, and it took an extreme amount of hot heat with me blowing them, which is very hard, and it's actually murdering me rattle gun, me dugger dugger. All the grease is coming out of it. So that's not a happy rattle gun doing that. So the other way to do it is with an induction heater, which I've ordered off of AliExpress, but it's not here. And because I'm impatient, I want to get this done, because I want to get these rims prepped and in the spray booth, so as I can give them a proper coat of paint and the mud guards and other bits off this tractor. So the other way to get these nuts off is with a drill. So what you do, because you've got to relieve, there's a lot of tension on this nut, so I'm going to centre punch it like that, right there. And I'm going to be buying new bolts and nuts because these are buggered. And then what you do is you drill down the side of the nut, and that's going to take the tension off. So, nice sharp chisel. Splitted now. Now it can come off. So if I had a bigger socket, I'd probably rattle that off. So I might go and get a larger socket than that. Next size up, which is, what's that one? That's big. And off it comes, just like that. So all I've got to do there is 4 more times on this one, 6 times on that one, and then hopefully these bloody bolts come out like that.
Why do you need to take them out?
Because I want to make these like brand new, and at the moment they look like scabby old horrible things. So taking this all apart, make it easy for me to clean up. All nice shiny new bolts for a nice shiny new, brand new 75-year-old tractor over there.
Damn.
There you go, isn't it? So I should crack on with that. Now we've got to take the dog to the vets. So let's do that quick, and we can come back and play again.
Yes.
Okay, so after a bit of drilling and smacking with a big hammer, that centre is now free. I'll buy new bolts for that, but then I can clean all this up properly and make a proper job of it, which is what we're going to do with this one. So what I've got to do now is I've got a couple of older wheels outside, wheels and tyres that will go on this one, so this will still be mobile, this tractor. And then I can crack on with the rest. So yeah, I'll rip the guards off of here, get the other wheel off, do the same as that to that wheel, and then I can get them prepped and ready for paint. I've got loads more parts all stripped and been through the bead blaster, ready to get primed and painted. So now the tractor's out and in our workshop over there, just there on its trolley, I can start putting it back together. There's still a few bits I need to use a bit of brute force and ignorance with, which is the front axle. All the bolts are seized up on there, don't want to move, but where there's a will there's a way in it. So I've got all my little bits and bobs that I've been prepping. They've all been through the bead blaster, or I've been Scotch Brighting them to get them keyed up, all my new bits because they're already painted. I've got new floorboards, toolbox, exhaust manifold is all bead blasted, and I'm painting part of it grey. I think that's how the originals were. But yeah, all my bits are in here, or most of them. I've pretty much run out of hooks, but I've got hooks all the way through the ceiling in here. So as I can hang bits up, makes it easy for me. The only thing is I'm going to have to try not to bump into it while I'm painting it, which is going to be a challenge. But yeah, I'm just going to get some primer on all this stuff and then get some paint on. Everything looks so much better when it's all one colour. That's all now in primer. Everything's primed. Lovely. Give it a bit longer, and then should be able to just throw some top coat on, eh? I don't think it's worth flattening it down or anything. It's only a tractor. It'd be you know, only a tractor, but it is a posh tractor. But it's looking good. Very nice. There we go. Everything's primed. Well, who doesn't like shiny bits? Look. There we go. All lovely, shiny, painted bits. Bit of a change from what it was anyway, which was rusty and crap. So from rusty and crap to all shite and briny. So now all these parts, once they're dry, they can go back on our little tractor. And I'll have to get on with the rest of it. Front end, bonnet, the rear guards, all them bits. But anyway, that's all those bits done. So another successful day. So this is the best bit, my favourite bit, is putting back on nice shiny bits. We've already put quite a few on, but I've got some big bits to put on. So mud guards are dry now, so I might throw them on. I've got the bolts. They're the bolts off of that tractor, which were new ones. I've cleaned them up and I shall reuse those because they still look nice. But what I'm going to do is, I normally get lots of rot here. So that would normally be red rotten, and so would the bottom of the mud guard. So before I put the mud guard on, I'm going to put some grease on there, and on the bottom of the steadying, there's a plate that goes underneath as well, which has the arms that go to the 3-point linkage to stop it wiggling side to side. Again, I'll put grease underneath there and squish it together, which should hopefully stop it rotting away in between those parts if it goes out in the rain and whatever. Although it's got lots of paint, the paint can, scratch off. So yeah, I'll get some grease and I'll grease that up, pop that mud guard on and reassemble these bits. So there we go, there's our first mud guard on. Also you can move these mud guards in and out a little bit, so there is a bit of adjustment on them to slide them in and out. Now this has got slightly oversized tyres that I'm putting on here, and people put them on there, get better road speed if they're going, you know, on the road with them. These are brand new, so I'm not going to waste my time buying different tyres when I've got them already. But yeah, so I've moved the guards in a little bit just to give that a little bit extra room. It's only like that much, you know, and that's. But that one is on. I'll go and grab the other one, same trick, grease and put it on. But now it's starting to look like a tractor again, isn't it? I'm loving the colour. There we go, 2 shiny mud guards on. Very nice. Next bit I might put on is the front mount for the suspension and all that, for the steering, so I'll get that. But I've ordered from that company I was talking about in the UK, Old 20 machinery parts. I've ordered a bush for that swivel because I can't find it over here. So hopefully that will come soon. I can get that installed, then I can put the rad on and all that malarkey. I've still got a vapor blaster carb, so I've got to turn my sandblaster into a vapor blaster. But yeah, I'll do that at some stage. Move it up a little bit, that's better. Yeah, so I'm going to turn my sandblaster into a vapor blaster. I bought a pump and glass beads and all that sort of stuff. Then I can clean that carb that was on this tractor. And I've also got a carburetor rebuild kit, which you have to machine it out and put little nylon bushes in and stuff. So I've got to make up myself a little jig for that, probably a piece of angle iron, decent piece, make sure it's 100% on, and then I should be able to, yeah, bolt the carb to the side of it, put it in the, either in the mill or the drill press, and yeah, machine out the spindle for the butterfly, which is where they normally wear, and you get air leaks and yeah, they start misbehaving. So anyway, I'll get this front bit and I shall bolt that on. Here's our nice restored dashboard. So I've been itching to get this on, and then it'll really start to look something. Because before I put this, or until I put this on, I can't put the bottom of the dash on and the plate that joins the two together, which I've got to copy and make another one because there's one missing on that tractor over there. So I might as well, while I've got this off, copy it, make another one, then that can go on there when I get to that one. But yeah, so I'm going to put this on next. It's lovely, I'm loving it. So I think that's as far as I'm going to go for the minute, because I say these only got painted this morning, these parts, so I really should give them a bit longer to dry, but I'm very impatient man, isn't it? But those bits on, and I can't finish off bolting that on until I put that other bit on and that bit. So I'm going to go and cook myself dinner and probably come back to it in a couple of days and try and get all of that bolted onto it. Still got lots of bits to clean up from the front axle, these sandblasting and prepping and painting. I've got to put new bushes and seals in the spindles and check out the front hubs, see what they're like. But yeah, we're getting close, pretty close indeed. Look, Pixies have been in. So there's me nice underswept exhaust. They look absolutely lovely, I think. Got to put the clamp on it, but I haven't got it yet, so I can't put it on. But some bits have gone on, like there's all the bracketry for the foot pegs and stuff, and battery box has gone on. Now this is weird. I don't know if anyone knows, but I've got a later model over there, which has got like a cage around the battery around here, but this one hasn't got it. It's got no evidence that it had one. Probably just a tray, and it's got like a clamp each side, like a rod on each side. If anyone knows, just drop a comment down below if the early ones, that's all they had. If that is the case, then I won't bother making a cage for it. What else has gone on here? more bits. Oh, the dashboard's on, so dash is all on. All that's all connected. Oil pressure gauge, nice new one. I'll show you that in a second. That front mount's nearly on. It's just got to be bolted up. All this side's on. I've obviously got to put the rods in for the front axle, but I've just put it on temporarily so as I can just get a gauge, see what it looks like. Look at that. Gator for the gear lever to stop the water going in there. That's handy, isn't it? And there's a nice shiny new steering wheel. I've got a brand new nut and a brand new washer, but the brand new washer hasn't turned up yet, so I've just put that old ropey one on for now. We've got a brand spanking new throttle lever that came the other day, and our antique looking oil pressure gauge. Now I need to find a matching either volt or ammeter to go in this hole here. I've ordered from the company in the UK, the old 20 machinery parts. I've ordered a ignition light, which is vintage, and I've already got a light switch, which is vintage, to go in there. You can buy a loom for these as well, so they sell a complete wiring loom for these, one with lights and one without. I was tempted to buy one, but I thought I'll just make one for now. I'm just going to use appliance wire for an oven, because it's cloth and rubber, like the old stuff, so I think it will look authentic. But yeah, it is looking like a tractor again. I was glad I got the mud guards on, you know, that really turned it around. And the dashboard, it's looking very, very nice indeed. Now I did see a post from somebody else who's doing a tractor, and he's gone to the next degree on it. So he's actually stripped the gearbox off of the axle and the whole thing, and he's had that and he's painted that separately, and he's putting it together, which is probably what I will do on this one because we're going to keep this one. This is going to be like a, you know, better than showroom, as his one probably will do if he carries on doing what he's doing at the moment, which it does look bloody nice, to be fair. But yeah, this one is probably better than they came out of the factory, the paint on it, because everything's painted separately apart from the gearbox and the axle. But yeah, from what I've seen on footage, they just paint them assembled and that's it. That's probably why they rust in places, you know. But we're getting there with this one. Can't wait to get some more bits on it. I did say I can't wait to put more bits on it, didn't I? And I did. So I stuck the radiator on there. It's not bolted on properly. I've still got to get some UNF nuts for the bottom. I've put it on some little rubber pads. I've got the cowl on there, which was missing from this tractor, so I've stolen it off one of the others, but you still can buy those new, so that's good. That is a reproduction radiator, unfortunately, but that's what's going on it. I've got two radiators to have re-cored, but that one's on here. Got the air filter on, I just got to put the clamps around that new hose there. And look at that. The nice shiny nut and washer turned up, so that's on now properly. Also, this turned up, which goes on the back mudguard. Goes on about there somewhere, so I've just got to paint that. And then that's our rear light. Headlights are on the bonnet. I've got the running boards on. I only just nipped up because I've got to take those retaining bits on that footrest there to put the front linkage on, but they're just sitting on there. Got one of the brake levers on, one of the brake pedals. Coils on. I've got to make some spaces up for the toolbox that go on here and get some new bolts for that, so I need to put a little standoffs on there and a bracket from the bottom there across to the bottom, which I'll just probably steal one off of another tractor and then copy it. I've got to go and buy some hose clips, and all the radiator hoses can go on. Just got to do the static timing on it, and then I can put the dizzy cap on and the plugs in. It's got oil in it. I've just got to chuck the oil in the gearbox, which is sitting down there. And then I might even try and fire it to life, just to temporarily wire it up to a battery and yeah, see if I can get a tune out of the little bugger. Oh, but I do have to do the carb though, so still got to do the carb. But there you go. Hopefully in my next video you'll see a bit more of it. So if you like what you're seeing and you want to see more, don't forget to like and subscribe, even share with your mates, anyone else who's doing a tractor. But there you go. Thank you very much. Right, this is exciting times, even more exciting than bolting bits on. I've cleaned out the carb and reconditioned it. I didn't record it because it's pretty boring for you followers. I will do one on the bench one day, but I've wired this up temporarily. I'm going to make it a bit tidier. Got the battery leads on now. Just changed the condenser in this distributor because the old one looked a bit poked. I've got voltage to my coil, I've got voltage out the coil, I've got voltage there, and I've had it sparking, so I've done all that, and I know we've got ignition. Timing's not done yet, so it might pop and bang. I've got my temporary fuel thing set up. There much in there, a little bit in there, so it should be enough to get it going. I suppose the next thing to do is crank it, see what happens, So, get your fingers crossed. Ignition on. I've got me posh little key as well, and oh, she wants to go. Bit of choke. Might do a little bit of throttle. Come on, girl. Love that old starter motor. Bit more throttle. Come on. You know what I haven't done is I haven't adjusted the carb at all, so things are falling off. I'm just going to quickly adjust that carb because that's just as I left it. So the jets are all over, the air mixture and the fuel mixtures all over the place. So I'll quickly do that. Just played with those screws. Let's just see if that's any better. Hey! Oh. Might put some more petrol in my temporary petrol can. Right, I'm going to start it up again, ready, Nelly? So turn it off, turn the camera off. I'll just put some more petrol in our temporary can. Can you see me, my fuel tank over there? So we should have enough to run now. I've still got to do the proper timing. It's only roughly done, that's loose. So let's just give it a bit of timing, see what happens. Right. Let's go back the other way a touch. Back there.
You sound like a fighter.
Well, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
timing, how much petrol we got. Maybe we'll open that a little bit, close that a little bit.
It sounds like it's fighting.
Hey?
It sounds like it keeps fighting.
Let's put a little bit more timing in it. I think we've got fuel deliberations, that's what it is, but
What does that mean?
well, might be just need a bit of adjustment here and there once it's running, but I think loads of petrol in there, isn't there?
Are you using the camera stand?
Well, look at that, eh? Give it a little bit of tick over and I think we'll be there, you know. Like a little kitten, isn't it? Purring like a kitten, as they say. Well, I think that's great success, isn't it, Nelly? Great success story. There you go. So now I know it runs. I'll lock up the distributor where it is because the timing seems to be fine, and put the rest together, can't I? There you go. Here we go, look. She's purring like a little kitten. not a lot of petrol in it, so it'll probably conk out. Everything seems to work. The hydraulics work as well, which is nice. There we go. Oh, that's it. We're out of gasoline. Bugger. But it goes well. There is one thing, the water pump I've put on here, which is the one that came on it, which looked good. It's got a slight leak, so I may pull it off and put a brand new one on it, because we don't want to let it down with anything, do we? So I might have to take the rad off again and drain the coolant, pull that water pump off, put the nice new one, which is in a box up the top, and stick that on there, because yeah, she's got a bit of a leak. Look, we don't want problems for people, do we? So we'll change that little bugger. Don't know till you put it on, do you? Felt lovely, but there you go. It's probably been, I'd say the seal's all perished and buggered, so next time I won't even ponce around like that. I'll just put a brand new one on, I think. But she goes and she purrs like a little kitten, quiet as a mouse. I'm happy as Larry with that. Happy as. So next thing is put the rest of it together, isn't it? Right, so in this video, I'm going to be stripping down the front beam and the fuel tank, cleaning them up, getting them ready for primer and paint. I've just received the bush from Old 20 Parts Company. These are out in the UK. I found so much more stuff on this website than I did on SpareX. They've got loads and loads and loads of stuff. Unfortunately, it comes by, obviously mail from the UK, which does seem to take a little bit of time, but that's not their fault. That's the postal service, I guess, and that's just the way it is. But to be able to get the parts is great. So that's the front bush. So part number 509002. I don't know if it's original or not, but it looks all very pretty and it fits. So I can get this sandblasted, or water sandblasted is what I'm probably going to do with it outside. I might do that with the tank as well. See how that comes out. It looks in fair condition. It hasn't got any big rust holes in it. It's just got surface rust, but I won't really know until I attack it. Hopefully it hasn't got any holes in it, so petrol doesn't leak out, because that'd be bad. But then again, I could patch it up and weld it up, because it's been empty for so long, it's not going to go bang on me. So that's those two parts. Then I've got the bonnet for this tractor. This is the original bonnet. A few dents and dings in it, which I've got to get out, which is pretty easy. It's got a split down the centre, which I shall repair and get that line back down the front there, make it all nice again. But it's pretty straight, so that might get away with like a heavy sanding to get it back down to bare metal. The headlights I'm going to pull off and I'm going to move them. I don't like where they are. I don't like the little brackets. I don't think they look very nice. I've got another bonnet outside which has got the headlights just bolted straight through the side, and the lenses are turned round. So I'm going to see if I can do that with these. So I think that might look a little bit better. Probably not everybody's taste. You guys might like it like that because that's how it came out of the factory, or that's how the aftermarket parts were put on it whenever back in the day. But yeah, I feel it looked better on the side because I like the one outside. So yeah, that's the plan for today. I've got to go Christmas shopping though, so that's going to sort of split my day up a little bit. Got to go out with the missus and buy some stuff, but I'll try to get as much done as I can, but I'm not allowed to get that dirty, which is a pain in the arse. I normally get covered in crap. But anyway, that's the plan after I've had a cup of tea. So there. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is going to get rid of this ugly, ugly wiring. It looks like it's all modern, so these headlights are obviously reproduction, I guess, but they can go back on if I can clean them all up. Yeah, I don't like all this. I think we could do a bit better than this when it goes back on. Yeah, yes, it's a bit of Heath Robinson, as they say. Probably work, but it's not pretty. Anyway, they wired that up. It goes into proper connectors, which is nice. So I like they're sort of period correct connectors, I guess, the old bullet ones. Oh, they come out. Yes-ish. Maybe not. A bit corroded. Wee bit corroded. I'm going to see if I can buy some new ones of these because they must do them, eh? And the bullets would be soldered on as well. Anyway, oh, it does come out. Right, that's good. And I can take it apart, which I can clean out, so that's all good. Comes out. Yeah. Well, that's any bearing. So I can now unbolt these lights, pull them off. It's pretty grotty inside. Doesn't look as good inside as it did on the outside, unfortunately. But so yeah. Do I send it away to get sandblasted properly? That's the question. It might be worthwhile, I think. Yeah. It has got some holes in it, I can see. The last time I had one sandblasted, it came back with all the sides missing because it looks intact, but when the sand hits it, quite aggressive, it just took all of the crap out, which was a good thing, and I remade the sides of it, as you probably saw in one of my other videos, hopefully. If you didn't, then never mind. You can watch it if you want, but yeah. I don't know if that's a rusto or just a ding, actually. It might just be a ding. Yeah, looks like something's gone through the side. Anyway, there's an original cable clip there, and the original cable looks like it's old, obviously old cloth stuff, so we'll try and put those back on. There's a few down the side. They're probably a bit far gone, so I'll remake those. But the cable ran down the left side of the tractor. So I'll replicate that when I put the new ones back on, when I put it all back together again. These were runners for the bonnet stay are a bit buggered, but I should be able to straighten them out, again sandblast them, and I do believe I've got a spare pair somewhere, and I've probably got some on another bonnet as well. There is another bonnet over there, which I wonder whether to speed things along, whether I just use that one. Don't know. I'll have a look. I mean, they're both the same. But that one looks in a much better shape, to be fair. So I might even do that just so as we can get this this tractor pushed along a bit more. Then I can get this one sandblasted and that can go on the tractor, I don't know, another one, whichever one. I've got lots of bonnets. Yeah. Anyway, so that's okay. So this will go on another tractor that's got a real bad bonnet. Eventually I can fix it all up and get it ready to chuck on something else, so no foul. Anyway, I will strip the grill off of it. That's got to come off. That will fit in my little sandblaster, that lot, so I can do that, and I can do this front part, which is pretty ropey as well. The other one hasn't got one on it, so it'll need that anyway. So yeah, I might pull the other bonnet over and chuck that up on here. I'll take these headlights off first though, because I do want to use those. So that first headlight came off, the nuts actually came off in one bit, which was quite impressive for how long they've been on there probably. See if we have luck with this little bugger and all. I guess they couldn't have been on there that long. There we go. I have to cut all that crap off, look at it. Get rid of that out there, otherwise it ain't going to go for the little tiny hole they made. Probably should have had a grommet through there, I'd say, but it hasn't. There we go. Another headlight. So there's a before of our fuel tank. And now front cross member, and I shall do an after I've sandblasted it, because I finished my Christmas shopping, which, to be fair, is a pain in the arse, but it's done, and it was bloody expensive. But anyway, now I'll get on with this. So I've been cleaning this up with a water sandblaster, which thinking about it is well, using it, they look good when you see them being used on Facebook and whatever. They look great, but in reality they're pretty average. It clogs up and spits and farts and works okay, then doesn't work okay. So yeah, I'm not that impressed with them, but it has shown me a lot of holes in the bottom of this fuel tank. So all down this side is like a pepper pot, and down here to there, then there's a couple of little holes here. So it's done me a favour because it's exposed that. So what I'll probably do is I shall get a flat wheel, clean this up, and I'll cut that side of the tank out around here. These I might just braze these two up because they're tiny and it's quite thick steel. So I'll braze those two up, but this I'll put some new steel in there and then grind it all up so you can't see it. And that's the only rust holes I can see in the tank, so that's good. I just put that in there while I was sandblasting. It's an old fuel bowl. It's pretty buggered, so not too worried about that. But I've also done the front cross member. Ooh, this little fella here. So I've given that a blast, and I've just had it in the sandblaster in my cabinet. Got all the loose crap off of it. So that's nearly ready for a coat of primer as well. I've got a few more bits of paint to get off, but it's 90% there, so that's good. So tomorrow I shall get these, finish cleaning them up, prime and paint this. I shall be welding the fuel tank up, so I probably won't get the bonnet done, but that's okay. I might even take the bonnet and get it sandblasted, or two of them. I might take them both and get them both blasted, because it's going to make my life so much easier. So I'll probably do that. Always makes a better job with when the pros do it. They've got bloody great big sandblasters. They don't have to keep poncing around unblocking them either. So that's what I should do. I might send some more parts as well. I've got a couple more bits to go. The front tie rod arms have got to be done, and that's pretty much it, I think. The grill in that bonnet, the original one over there, is a bit crappy, a bit rusty, so I will see what it's like once it's sandblasted, but I've ordered a brand new one, and the front part as well. I thought, bugger it, you know, if we're doing it properly. So that's what's going to go on there. Anyway, I'm going to give this a little go with a flat wheel just to see if there are any more holes appear, and then tomorrow when I come back in the workshop I'll have a full day and hopefully get this fuel tank done and primed and hopefully even painted, because once that's on, then the tractor can run for a little bit longer without me silly little fuel tank I've got. Yes, and this can go on, the bush can go in my new bush, which is over there somewhere. And then the steering arms, wherever these buggers are over there, I shall get them in the sandblaster next and get those all clean. I was going to change the bushes, but they actually feel really nice and tight. There's a little bit of up and down movement. I think that's normal. I might be able to get that out just by moving the arm on the top down a little bit, but I'll have a look tomorrow. But anyway, that's how far we got today. Not very far. Christmas shopping getting away, didn't it? Back tomorrow. So here's our fuel tank after I've cleaned it. I went over it with the flat disc because the water sandblaster I tried to use, absolute shit. I don't know if anyone else has tried them, but all that seems to happen is your sand gets wet in the end, clogs up, and that's it, it don't work. And then it will kind of spit fart and you get a little bit out of it and it'll work a little bit and then it don't work, and it works, it don't work. But last night I had an epiphany, whatever that means. Anyway, I've had an idea. So I'm going to have a go at modifying that. I'll probably do a video on it, see if it works, but I've got a plan. I've got a cunning plan to make that work. And if it does work, I'll probably do the bonnet with it, because yeah, it won't heat the steel up on wall pit, which it won't anyway because it's very thick steel. But yeah, I've had an idea, so I'll probably do a video on that this week sometime. But anyway, I've also cut the bottom of the tank out, which is good because it allowed me to see inside the tank, which is actually rust free. So it's really good. It's got a bit of like this. I filled it with water yesterday to wash it out, and it's got a little bit of surface in there, but that's it. But it's actually really good, really thick steel. So I reckon this had been sitting on the floor in the barn, and it had rotted this side out and that side a little bit anyway. So I've already cut out the nasties, and I've taken all the sharp edges off, or most of them. A couple more in there to get rid of. All I've got to do now is cut a piece of steel out to pop in there, and we can weld that in, and then braze up this, and then I can do a pressure test on it, just to put some bubbles on it, put my compressor on it, and see if we get any leaks. But it's actually a really good solid little tank, so I'm glad I didn't throw it away. A lot of people probably would have thrown it away. But I don't like throwing stuff away, I like recycling. And this is the original, so I know you can get pattern tanks, but I don't know if it'll be as good as this one. Probably not as thick. Anyway, I'm going to cut this piece of steel out of here. I've got the piece I took out of it as a template, and then I'll make that fit in there. Then I can tack that in. So I shall get on with that. And I might have a cup of tea. Right, there's my bit of steel, and there's the bit I cut out. You know, my hardest job today has been finding a bloody marker pen. You've seen that film, Gone in 60 Seconds? That's what happens to my marker pens around here. You put them down, then they go. Unbelievable. I'll probably lose them, to be fair. Anyway, I'm going to draw around this bugger, and that should give me enough meat. If I cut to the outside of me new line here, it should give me just enough meat to be able to clean up the steel and put it in the hole with minimal gaps. See them clamps? Temu. Bloody Temu. Cheap as. Just as good as whatever else I could buy locally, so yeah, quite happy about them. I think a new fuel tank is off of SpareX is about $800, something like that. So this $5 bit of steel is saving me about $895, or sorry, $795. Not very good at maths. Anyway, there's our line. Perfect. Right, now, remember where I put the pen. It's just there. It will disappear. Guaranteed. Right, quickly flick over the bench here and chop that out, and then we can offer it up to the tank. I'll just show you what I'm doing here. So I've got my bit of steel in there, and I've got to trim it. Now, the easiest way I found to do this is to put a load of marks. So I've marked places on both faces, on the steel and on the tank. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my little vernier. And I know it's not the nicest thing to do with it, but it was only cheap. So what I'm going to do is then I'm going to measure across each point like that, and just lock him off. That's the first mark, which is this one. And I'm just going to scratch him like that. I know I've got to trim that to there because one side is perfect. I've got to trim this side. I'm going to do that all the way along. My next mark is there. Lock him off. So I've got to take about 1 millimetre off there, about 2 mil off of there. Next one's a bit awkward because it's on a corner. Yeah, right on a corner. But I should be able to get it. Like that. Don't think we've got to take anything off of that. That looks good, that one. Now we're just going to work our way around. So anyway, I'll do that, then I'll trim this and we'll come back. I've got that fitting pretty well now. So all I've got to do is I'm just going to roll a little bit of a edge on there to curve it over. So I'll just put that in the old folder and just give it a bit of manipulation. Right, so that's all perfectly fitting now, so the only thing I'm going to do now is just tack it in. So I'll start up this end where I've got the magnet. The magnet's just holding it up so I don't drop down, in theory. Just turn this old welder down a little bit because we were doing some heavy stuff with it last time. So down a bit, see what that's like. A little tiny screwdriver just to manipulate that a little bit with. I also chucked a few holes in it so I can put a couple of spot welds in it. I might leave that corner. It's just gone down a little bit. So I'll get in there. So I'll stitch this all the way around, and then we'll come back and I'll show you what it looks like. Right, so that's now all stitched back in. I managed to fill these holes over this side with the just like spot welding them very gently. Seems to come out all right. We won't know for sure until I put some air in it and some bubbles on it, but I'm now going to grind this all off, and then that little fuel tank there is pretty much as good as new. So yeah, as I say, saved myself a few dollars there, and by the time it's all painted, you won't even notice it's been done. Well, you will if you watch the video. But anyway, so next it's going to get my grinder out with the flat wheel, clean that off, and then it's ready for primer pretty much. So I can prime that and the front cross member. Now what I will do as well is I'm going to chuck in the bush of the cross member, because if I put that in the press after it's painted, it's probably going to get scratched. So I'll put it in, and I'll just whack some grease around it so it'll come off. The paint will just fall off of it then, and then I can get this and that painted. Then I've got my steering parts to strip down, sandblast, and then get them prepped. Then the front end will pretty much be together, and then I'm going to do my modification on my sandblaster, my water sandblaster at some stage, and I can do the wheels. But let's get this done. So I'm just leak checking this. I'll just show you. Now I've got some bubbles that I use for heat pumps. So let me just zoom in there, and you should be able to see. I'll just put some air in it. We've got bubble there, bubble there, bubble there. So it's 3 little pinholes I've got to address. So I'm going to wipe it. And I'm going to try and pinpoint them. Chuck a little tiny bit more air in the bugger. So that one's right there. First, find the elusive pen. And that one's just there. Next one is just there. And there's one more. Where did he go? There it is. Right there. So all I've got to do is just tack a little tiny bit on there and up there, and we should be good. Which I'll do now. Right, so now I've leak checked it again, done the pinholes, and we've got a leak-free tank, which is very, very handy. I'll just let the air out. Then I'm just going to have to clean this up a little bit more with a DA, I guess. Get it all ready for paint. And that's that, so that's repaired. That bit of plastic there was just to seal the top. So there we go. I'll get that ready for paint now, so I shall get the DA on that, finish it off, mask up the thread, take the cap off, and that can go in the spray booth along with the front cross member after I put the bush in. There we go, there's them bits all painted. There's a fuel tank. Looking $1 million. And then some other bits I've done. Those front tyre rods. A couple of other bits are kicking around. And then the front beam. There we go. Spiffing, isn't it? So the plan is today, I've got all the front steering parts. I've got to sandblast them, I've just stripped them down. So I've got all the bits apart. There's a little bit of wear on these shafts where the bushes ran, but we're running out of money with this because it's getting very, very expensive, this little tractor. I'm going to put new bushes in, but I'll let that go. I'll just clean them up a little bit with a bit of grease. I don't think you're going to notice it, but yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I've got a rebuild kit for the spindles, S40217 from Spigot. Now I didn't realise it come as a set, so I bought two, so that's handy, Harry, because I've got one for this tractor still. So yeah, I've got two sets, which is not a bad thing, is it? Especially if you're doing multiple tractors. Anyway, I'm going to knock these bushes out because I can see already that this bush in this one is actually worn right the way through, and it's down to the outer casing, so there's not much left of the bush there, a little tiny bit. And that one is the same, so I shall bang those bastards out if I can. Clean these up, get it all in the sandblaster, put new bushes in, and get it prepped for paint. Because I want to get a lot of parts painted, so I can get the front assembled. I won't get it down on its wheels yet because the wheels are still on the other tractor, and I've got to clean those, get them sandblasted and painted. But I've got quite a few bits in the spray booth. I've got the seat pan, the seat spring, the bolt for the seat, headlights. I've been refurbing the headlights, which are over here. So I've sandblasted and I've repaired any little rust holes in them and whatever. And they're nearly ready to go in the paint booth as well. And I'm going to try that chrome spray. So I bought that chrome spray. There's the reflectors, which are not reflective anymore. So what I'm going to do, apparently you have to spray it gloss black, and then apply the, once it's gone off enough, you can apply that chrome paint. It's supposed to go like chrome, but I haven't had any luck yet because I didn't have any 2K black. I did try it on this throttle, and it didn't come out too bad. But it would come out a lot better if it was on the 2K, so I shall give that a sand up and paint that as well. And at the same time as doing those, when I've got the chrome paint out, I'll do that and see if that comes out. That means I've got another nice shiny new throttle linkage mechanism. So anyway, I'm going to get these bushes out. So there's hardly anything in there to get hold of with a punch or anything, so I'm just going to try a little air saw. So I can cut through it to take the pressure off of it. See how that goes. Looks like it's nearly through. See if I can get it off with a punch, with a chisel. It's starting to peel off now, so I shall give it another cut down the other side and then pull that one out, and then I'll go to the next one. So I'll do that and we'll come back. So there's one bush out. You can see there's hardly anything left of it, and that's the new one. So that's the way to get them out, I think. Just little recip saw down the edge and chisel the bastards out when they're that thin, because there's nothing to get with a punch. So anyway, I'll do the next one, get the other one out, and then they can go in the sandblaster. I've got one set completely out, this is the second set. I cut down with the little recip saw, but these bushes were a lot nicer, but still got to come out, haven't they? So hopefully I should now be able to knock that down the other way. And I've got something to hit. And there she blows. These were a lot better, look. I should get the last one out. And then over to the sandblaster. Right, that's those bearings out now. So I can now go to the sandblaster and give these a bloody good clean up. I'll put some grease in where the bearings have got to go. Actually, I'll put the bearings in, then grease them, then I can go in the paint booth and I can prime and paint those. And then hopefully tomorrow, if I had some bolts, which I haven't, and probably won't be able to get any, but I could have those pretty much ready to go on anyway, so that'll do, won't it? Well, so I've got one side all cleaned up, got the other one in the sandblaster, but I thought I'd just put the bushes in here. Now I can either push it in with the press or just see if they'll tap in. I'm gonna give them a little bit of grease before I put them in. I've cleaned all the dust and crap out of there as well. We'll see if these are going to go in. They've got a taper on them to start them. There's several ways of doing this. You can tap them in gently. You could probably pull them in with a long threaded rod. That's started, that one. Seems to be going straight. But the best way is with a press, so I might even just press this in, you know. In fact, I will. It's the only way to do it, isn't it? It's the only way to go. So I'll find a socket or something that'll fit in there. The same size. In there. And that's bob on. So I'll go and stick it in the press and just push that one in. So that's those two bushes pressed in. On the press, which I keep forgetting I've got, excuse me. So you can do that with a bit of threaded rod and some plates, but press is the easiest. Just going to see what it's like with the shaft through it. I might have to clean any of that up, it's a bit munted, so I can get a file and do that, because it's probably not going to go in there like that. So there's one side with its new bushes in. So it's still got a little tiny bit of play because the shafts are worn where the bearings run, but I think it's going to be alright for this old girl. Anyway, the wheel bearing, I'll probably do that once I've got it on the tractor, but I'm going to take out this plug and I'm going to put a grease nipple in there. I'm going to fill these full of grease instead of oil, because I believe they used to be full of oil and they tend to leak, so grease should stay in there a bit better. So anyway, that's one done. Now I'll get the other one done, and then all these parts can go in the spray booth, can't they? More crap to get off here and there, but they're pretty spangly. pretty spangly. So, that one just needs degreasing now. We've had me dirty mitts all over it. That can go to spray booth, and I'll get on the next one. Bloody marvellous. That's the second one done. Masked up, I'm going to hang it up in the spray booth with some primer and all these other little bits. There's loads of other bits, but I've spent so much time so far sandblasting, I'm getting bloody bored of it. So I think I'll just throw some paint on these parts, which will get the front together. Then I've still got to do the track control arms and loads of other little bits and bobs and odds and sods, but for now I'll get these painted, and that means tomorrow at least I can chuck something on the tractor and it'll look even more tractory, won't it? So that's what I'm going to do. Ooh, wipe grease on my mudguard, didn't I? I'm going to do that. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go and hang these up, have a cup of tea first, and then throw some paint around. I've got a couple of bits to prep. Headlights I've still got to do some prep work on, so I'll get that done, then I'll be throwing a bit of primer around. There you go, all lovely and painted. There's some other bits. That's got to go black. They're all done. Bolts for it are done, the bezels for the lights, seat bracket, our little mudguard light, nice new seat there, sheet seat, cheap seats, another red light, and those two reflectors, they're going black, and then I'm going to try that chrome paint on them. But by tomorrow that should all be dry, so I should be able to start putting some more parts on. Seat can go on, those steering arms and front axles can go on. I did get bolts for it, so that's handy Harry. I was clever and went out when the shops were still open. It'd be much more nicer with some more parts on it. I think I might just knock up a quick bracket for that pipe before I forget. But we get in there. Oh, this nice little voltmeter turned up the other day as well. It's antique looking, $150, bloody hell, but it fills that hole in nicely. Normally they have an ammeter, but I thought voltmeter will show you what the battery's got, won't it? Not what's charging. Yeah, there we go. Another step closer, innit? So there's one side on, and what I've done on that, you can probably see there's a bit of grease splurging out. So I've greased the bolts right the way through, and I've greased the surface that mates to the other part like that. So when it comes to a time when someone wants to take that and widen it for whatever, or take it apart, it will come apart. All the holes will be full of grease. The bolts will be fully greased up. So yeah, they won't get rotted in there and not come out like these buggers were. So I should go and grab the other one and throw that on. But there you go, that's what you should do, or that's what I do. Chuck some grease in there. There you go, innit? Also, I've just found me light switch in me bits. So we light switch there, and my little charge light, there it is, look. I had to make a bezel up for it because the hole was too big, and that's the only light I could find that looked antique, so that's the one it's got. Well, so I've got those arms on there as well now, all bolted on, all nice new bolts, everything's nicely greased up. That steering rod, I just chucked it on there just to make sure it all fits. I've got to obviously clean that and paint that. Brake rods, same thing, I've cleaned those up. I've got to prime and paint those. But yeah, both sides are on. Next thing is to get these other bits painted and whatever. And then we'll be another step closer. But yeah, it's looking good, I'm happy as. I love putting new bits on. But that's it for this one. Next time, hopefully, this might even be down on its wheels. So I've got a big day planned. I've had the bonnets both sandblasted. They look pretty good. This one's got a couple of little rust holes in it to repair. Just down there, I'll just cut that part out, make a new bit, pop it in. And there's another one this side, just at the front there. A couple of little holes up here. both sides. I have beaten them around a little bit because they were bent. I've just got to do a bit more on that one to get it nice and straight. And that'll be a good bonnet. This is the original bonnet off the tractor. It's full of lead filler. So, been in the wars at some stage, but it's been repaired way back in the day when they still used lead. So it's done properly. And then I've got my wheels. I'm just tidying them up a little bit. They've been sandblasted. Just any little pitting in them. I'm just putting a little bit of filler in to make it look nice. There's the rest of them there. Front rims are both lovely. So they're going to be going in the spray booth. I'm going to be cleaning up the tyres, masking them up, whacking them in the spray booth, priming them and painting those, and hopefully getting them on the tractor over this weekend. Rest of the front end's all together. Also got some more bits turned up. So my light, the tail light, I've painted it all up nicely. That's going to go on here, just there. But what I've got, because if I just chuck that straight on there, it's just going to end up going rusty because it will wear through on the edges and that'll look crap. So what I've got, I looked on the old faithful Temu and I found this little rubber strip channel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to whack a strip of that right around the edge of this, like that. And then when that goes on, it won't wear through the paint, and I think it looks nice, finishes it off, looks more professional, doesn't it? So what I'll do is I shall cut some bits of this, pop it on, then that can be fitted, and it's another little job done, another step closer to where we want to be. Then I'm going to get on with the rims. Look, bloody $1 million with wheels on it, wouldn't it? Especially when they're all shiny. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cut that stuff and make this up. There you go. Let's just stop that rubbing through. Marvellous. And then on the headlights, I'm going to do the same thing with these little bits go onto the side and they fit on the headlight. So I'm going to super glue that on there, and that'll stop that rubbing through. Got 2 of those to do. Just the little bits, isn't it? It's the little bits. So I've decided to go for a nice brand new grille on this one. So these turned up the other day, and there's also a front panel. So they're going in the spray booth. Just got to key them up a little bit with a Scotch pad. Then they can hang up, ready to be painted. I've pretty much prepped most of the wheels. I've got another centre of the rim. Just it's been galvanised, it's a bit rough, so I'm just cleaning it up with a bit of filler just to make it look pretty. Both the rims are nearly done. They just need a little bit of TLC here and there. A couple of little kind of rust marks in them. They've all been sandblasted, obviously. Front wheels to do, and then I can get in the spray booth, paint all this, and that's everything painted apart from the bonnet. Then once that's all primed, I can start doing the bonnet. Right, it's that time now. All the bits are ready to go. All hung up, clean, dusted off. Wheels are all prepped, wrapped up. There's a new water pump I'm going to put on that one because that one was a bit funny on there, a little bit noisy, so it's getting changed. There's all our other bits. Next thing, mix up primer in the old wangle jiggler there, and then we'll throw a bit of primer around. Oh, look at that. It's got 3 wheels on it. That's definitely looking more like a tractor now, isn't it? I've just got to put some wind in the front tyres. That tyre's got to come off still and have a new inner tube put in it because I think it's been damaged somewhere along the line because you try to pump it up and it just comes out the side. So new inner tube in that one, and the other one's still in the spray booth. But yeah, it's come along very nice. All brand new wheel nuts, all brand new studs through the wheels as well. Marvellous. So just before this wheel goes on, I thought I'd better wire the light up. So as period correct as I can get, I know they didn't have sticky pads or cable ties, but I've got the correct connectors on there, and I've got some sleeving that looks like old cloth, so hopefully it looks all right once the wheel's on. Innit? There we go, on all 4 wheels. So here's the bonnet I'm going to use. I've already just welded up the 2 fractures that were through there. Next thing is see what I'm going to do about these holes. There's only a couple. I might even put a bit of brass behind there and just weld them through. See if that works. There's a few more there, but that's that bit. A couple more holes down here. So hopefully you can see that in there. There's a little bit of brass. No, what I'm going to try to do is just tack weld through there. In theory, it shouldn't stick to the brass, and I can fill the holes up. Then I just got to grind them off, do a bit of metal finishing, and then that side's done. Then it's just the other side, same thing. Let's give it a little crack, see what happens, eh? Shouldn't take too much anyway. Let's have a little crack. Let's fill that one in. And that has filled that one in. Now the next thing, take off the clamp and hopefully the brass falls off, which it does, look at that. So, a couple of little burn marks on it, but nothing really, it just wipes off, look at that. So now I can do the other side. So I'll do that and then we'll grind them up. Right, so that's those parts patched up. And that brass works fantastic, so much mucking around. Otherwise we'd have had to cut that out and made some plates and shaped it and folded it and whatever. So that's saved me a lot of time. All I've got to do now is just metal finish it, and these are done. Then I've got to have to measure where the headlights go. There's a tractor outside which has got headlights where I want them. So I'm going to copy that, so I'll measure where they go. Clean up the rest of this bonnet, find any little dents and dings and see if I can knock them out and fill them, and then I've got to weld some new studs onto the bonnet rails. Stop the bonnet opening too far. I've got some I think they're 1/4 UNC bolts kicking around somewhere. I can just cut these off and weld those on, straighten them out, paint them all separately. As I said, I'll prime it, paint the edges, paint the insides, assemble it, then get it in the spray booth once it's all assembled and give the whole thing a nice coat of paint as it's going to be on the tractor with the grill in it and the new front panel, the whole thing. So it'll get one coat of paint to finish it. But your life that while you're putting it together you're going to balls it up, chip the paint or whatever. I don't want to do that, so yeah. I was going to metal finish this now, go and turn my wind machine back on. So I'm just going to metal finish these bits. So I'll come back and show you when that's finished. I've just gone over this bonnet with a DA, and that'll show me it has shown me any little tiny low spots, one there, a couple up here, just little tiny ones. I've beat them out so there's not going to be a massive great big dollop of filler in there, but just a little tiny bit. That one needs a little bit more, but once I've got them out and I'm satisfied, I'll give this whole thing a smear of filler, and then we can smooth it all. So here we go. I may have jumped ahead a little bit, but anyway, that bonnet is all primed now. Just needs a bit of a flat off just to take out any imperfections, but that's done. There's one side panel, same with that. And there's the other side panel. Again, any little imperfections I'll pick up now in the primer, and before I top coat, just take care of them. But they're looking pretty good. There's a couple of little tiny bits, but squeeze me. Nothing too terrible. Everything else is primed. These are fixed, all the studs welded on again. And there we go. So I'll leave that to dry properly. Then I'll get a bit of a scratch coat on it, and then it's ready for top coat. As again, I'll do underneath first and the edges on everything, then I'll assemble it, and then it can come back in here again. But I'm quite happy with that bonnet. It's very, very straight. I've got a really big, long, flat block, which is just here. Hold on a minute. That there, which is really good for nice long panels. They get some dead flat. And guess where I got that from? Hey, right, Temu, isn't it? So in this quick video, I'm just going to assemble this bonnet. I've painted all of the inside of it on all of the little small parts. That's the bonnet stays. There's the brace. Everything's nice and painted now. It was all horrible and rusty. I'm going to put all nice new nuts and bolts on it. Put the top parts on, or the bottom parts as it is, up this way. And then I shall give it a final feather off. I've painted all of the shuts are all painted. So all I've got to do now is put it together, flip it over, and I can paint this outside of this with the grille and everything in it. Everything's had a coat of paint. The grille's had a coat of paint and the front panel's had a coat of paint. But I want to paint it assembled, the final coat, so when it goes on, I haven't got to worry about scratching it up or anything. And it should look $1 million. And that's pretty much this little tractor wrapped up. Still got to put the new water pump on it. I shall do that today. Then the bonnet can go on. The strip's got to go on the dashboard for the bonnet and the wiring. Other than that, mechanically, she's done. Nearly ready to go. That little fella's nearly together now. Just got to put the grill in. I've just had to shoot into town and grab some new bolts. But luckily, quite easy to come by. Central Autos in Fielding. They keep a good stock of Imperial bolts. So I've got some UNF bolts there and some UNC. So it's all got nice new bolts all the way down there. Look at that. So next bit, chuck the grill in, and then I can turn this up the other way, give it a sand off, find any little dents and dings and do those, and then should get a top coat. Bleeding marvellous. So here we go, the final piece of the puzzle, all ready to get a coat, a top coat. Hopefully it'll come out lovely and straight and nice, isn't it? So I shall now throw the paint on it. to bloody do, isn't it? So what's left on this old tractor to get done? Just the wiring, and that's it pretty much. Oh, the wiring and the little toolbox, and that's it. I'll say that. Wiring, toolbox, and a couple more grease nipples to change, and then pump full of grease, and then that is it. And she's done, all done. I've started making a wiring loom already. I've been stealing some wire off of an old car I got out in the yard. Now I found some really good stuff off Temu, which makes the cable look old. So it's like a heat shrink that goes over the top, and it looks like cloth. And also found cloth tape. So I've started making a loom up. This is the loom for the dynamo and the headlights. So that one goes down to the headlight. These two will go to the dynamo, and that will just get tied on around the back of there, all nice and tidy, and up to the regulator box. Now, I haven't been able to find any little nipples, so I'm using second-hand nipples. So I'm going to try and unsolder these and solder them back onto the new cable. So that's the plan, and then this is done. But it's come together very, very nicely. Look at that. Isn't it lovely? Lovely, lovely. Just needs to dust off because it's got a bit dusty in here. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to get on with anyway. Wiring loom time. So I'm going to start putting ends on now. I've got some nice copper terminals here as well, which I got from Temu, funny enough. So they're going to be for the dynamo. They should fit on there, hopefully, about the right size. Yep. So I've got all these little terminals, which is fantastical. So it'll look nice as well. So we shall sling these on these cables and hopefully make sure everything works. So that's the plan for today. And then I'm going to do a compilation of the before and after of this tractor. So when I found it, which was in a pretty poor state, and now, which is, I think, very nice. Probably show quality, I'd say. But, you know, you can be the judge of that, and I'm sure you will. Anyway, let's get on with this. So here's a brand new regulator box, which was from Spigot. Now I've printed off a circuit diagram off at internet, so that'll make it easy as. Pretty simple really. I haven't got an ammeter on this, so it's just going to be a positive feed to A, whereas normally that'll go through the ammeter and then to A. I've got a voltmeter, so yeah, I should just parallel that up on a couple of terminals, and that'll give me the voltage. But anyway, so what you'll have is the permanent feed from the positive side of the battery goes to A. Then you've got an ignition feed, which goes through your ignition light, and then to D, and then also off to the smaller terminal on your dynamo. F is your big terminal dynamo. That's your charge one, I take it, the big beefy one. And then E goes to earth, and that's it. So really, really simple. Should already be set up. You can adjust these. There's holes in the back so you can adjust screws. I think they're like coils and points, like they heat up, and yeah. But anyway, that's that. I've got these other terminals on already on the dynamo, but yeah, just got to cut some more bits and bobs. I'm going to see if I can unsolder some of these as well to go into our regulator box. So they're the old style connectors, although they feel as loose as a goose. So yeah, I may have to go and get some crimps. I think these newer ones are designed for the modern crimp ones, so I might have to go and buy some of those, but that's all good. Shop should be open today because it's not Christmas anymore. It's the day after Boxing Day. Noisy bugger, isn't it? Right. Right, so I managed to find some connectors, which is very nice. Just been down a road. So I got my crimps, and you shouldn't be able to see them hopefully once they're on. Now,
hopefully they go through the rubber. Well, I don't know. And it goes on there, go in there. I might have to drill these rubbers out so that blue part fits through this, because at the moment it doesn't fit through, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. It's no good, is it? Yeah, I might have to drill these rubbers, which I will do. They give you a little tiny hole in there. I don't know what you're supposed to get through there, but it might go through. That part definitely won't go through, which is like a, I don't know what that is, but it stops the, it should stop the wire wearing through on a metal anyway. So I shall stick the rest of these wires through and mark them up. So that one is going to be D, so that's going to go to the ignition switch and to the ignition light. That is, sorry, ignition switch, and then it goes to the terminal on the dynamo. So anyhow, I shall do that, innit? So that's most of the wiring in place now. Loom comes through here, clips around there, onto the dynamo, through to the headlights, up here and up onto the instrument cluster, well, voltmeter, and a light, ignition light. Now, I don't know if the ignition light's going to work because it's an LED one, so I don't know if that's have the same effect as a normal filament bulb, but anyway, we'll try it. I've just got to connect the positives up now onto the solenoid switch down there, and then I can see if it's going to work, isn't it? So here's that heat shrink I've been talking about. So it starts off like that, flat, and you just open it up, pop your cable through, and then when you've heat shrunk here, it looks like that. So that cable now looks like an old cable, even though it's a nice new modern one, but yeah. All goes to look old for the tractor, doesn't it?
So there we go, people. We have a working dynamo. Oh, who put that there? As you can see there, we're charging about 14 volts, which is bloody marvellous. We've also got lights. You got your tail light, and we also have headlights. Look at that, marvellous.